2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. And yeah, that's the other one. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the Paso Robles City Council meeting for Tuesday, August 19th, 4:30 startup. And we'll call a roll call, please.
Councilmember Bausch.
Here.
Councilmember Beal. Here. Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. Tonight we have closed session items. There's 2, and we'll let our city attorney, Elizabeth Hull, let us know what we're going to be talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are going into closed session on 2 items. The first is conference with legal counsel to discuss real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. And the property in question is a portion of Pioneer Park located at 2010 Riverside Avenue. And the agency negotiators are Mr. Hewitt, the city manager, and Angelica 14, the community services director. And on the other side would be the Paso Robles Pioneer Museum Foundation. The second item is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.91. And the case there is the Tribune versus the City of Paso Robles and Chris Bausch. Chris Bausch versus the City of Paso Robles as a cross complaint, and the City of Paso Robles versus Chris Bausch as a cross complaint.
Okay, thank you. We'll open up for public comment regarding these closed session matters. No one's in the audience. Anyone have anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session, and we'll return at 6 p.m. to reconvene.
Is there a
Good evening, everyone. This is the Paso Robles City Council meeting for August 19th, 2025. We're reconvening from closed session from start at 4:30. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Chris Beal, and then the invocation by Steve Arkowitz.
Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Steve?
Good evening. My name is Steve Arkowitz, and I'm the president of Atheist United San Luis Obispo, a county-wide group of over 800 atheist, secular, and humanist members. I'm happy to be here to give tonight's invocation. As we convene this evening, let us be open to the ideas and beliefs of others. Let us be respectful of our differences rather than be threatened by them. Let us replace fear and superstition with knowledge. Let us be guided by reason, compassion, courage, and the responsibility to serve all members of this community with fairness and thoughtfulness, regardless of their beliefs or non-belief. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you call the roll call, please.
Councilmember Bausch?
Here.
Councilmember Beal? Here. Councilmember Gregory?
Here.
Councilmember Strong?
Here.
Mayor Hammond?
Here. Also, then we'll have our staff introduction, beginning on my right with Melissa.
Melissa Martin, City Clerk, joined by Mary Sponholtz, Deputy City Clerk, and Karen Jackson, IT Technician.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Victoria Teeter, Office Coordinator. Melissa Bailey, City Librarian. Jenny Fortune, Ashley Hernandez.
Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director.
Shannon Bass.
Harris. James Norton, the Chief. Caleb Davis, the Police Chief. Wayne Brown, the Services Superintendent. Forrest Mandel, Adam Spaulding, Solid Waste Recycling.
Chris Hewat, City Manager.
Elizabeth Hull, City Attorney.
Very good. We will then begin with a report out from closed session. Legal counsel Elizabeth Hull, can you let us know what we talked about?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council went into closed session on two items. The first was conference with legal counsel regarding real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. And the property in question is a portion of Pioneer Park. And there is no reportable action. The second item was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. And the name of the case is the Tribune versus City of Paso Robles, Chris Bausch. And then Chris Bausch versus the City of Paso Robles as cross complaint. City of Paso Robles versus Chris Bausch as a cross complaint. And there was no reportable action on that item either.
Very good. Thank you, Elizabeth. Next up is presentations. We have one item, utilities update by our utilities manager, director, Christopher Lackle. Christopher, welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm Christopher Luckle, Utilities Director. Tonight's Utilities Update will focus on recent efforts of the Paso Robles Area Groundwater Authority, or PRAGA as it's known. Specifically, I'm going to summarize the outcome of the recent Prop 218 process and options for moving forward. As a reminder, PRAGA was formed earlier this year as a joint powers authority among the City of Paso Robles, the County of San Luis Obispo, Shannon San Juan, and El Pomar water districts. El Pomar Creston water districts. The goal was to coordinate compliance with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, also known as SGMA, and to implement the DWR-approved groundwater sustainability plan. Initial funding came from contributions from each participating GSA, just enough to cover the basic PRAGA functions until a long-term funding source could be established. Under the Joint Powers Agreement, PRAGA is a distinct and legal entity and only has the powers delegated to it by the individual GSAs. Each member retains their GSA status, but PRAGA executes the delegated functions. Under the Joint Powers Agreement, the initial powers of PRAGA include adopting an annual budget, setting fees to fund GSP implementation, developing rules and policies, retaining staff and consultants as needed. In short, PRAGA is designed to manage basin compliance collectively rather than duplicating efforts across multiple agencies. Earlier this year, PRAGA completed a cost of service study and developed proposed groundwater management charges subject to Prop 218. These fees targeted agriculture and other non-de minimis groundwater users. At the August 1st PRAGA public hearing, the proposed fees under consideration ranged from about $59 to $73 per acre foot for agricultural users and $29 to $36 for non-de minimis users over the 5-year period. That was covered by the cost of service study. At the August 1st public hearing, a majority protest was received. That is, more than 50% of the affected parcels filed protests, which means under Prop 218, the fees could not be adopted. So this particular Prop 218 effort to fund PRAGA failed. There was a total of 731 protests out of 1,281 subject parcels. So the next steps, if a 218 fee is reconsidered, would require renoticing under Prop 218, or PRAGA could choose a different funding pathway altogether, and I'll discuss some of those here in a minute. Funding was the focus of yesterday's special PRAGA board meeting. As a result of the failed 218 funding effort, PRAGA is now projecting a cash flow shortfall totaling $300,000 through the end of the 2025 calendar year. In accordance with the Joint Powers Agreement, the Paso Robles Groundwater Authority voted to fund baseline regulatory and administrative functions with individual GSA contributions through the end of 2025. The city's contribution towards funding the shortfall is $48,000. This will be funded through the Water Enterprise Fund, and sufficient funding has already been incorporated into the city's adopted budget. Baseline needs include things like annual reports, data management, land IQ/evapotranspiration data accumulation, contracts with legal and support staff, etc. This will ensure that PRAGA can cover baseline operations while evaluating long-term alternative funding mechanisms. Additional funding options beyond calendar year 2025 will be considered at future PRAGA meetings. Talk a little bit about those alternative funding options. Some examples of alternative funding options likely to be considered by PRAGA may include: first option is continued GSA contributions. This is a quick, low-cost alternative, but not likely sustainable or sufficient to cover full GSP implementation over the long term. Option 2, GSA contributions through 2025 or possibly fiscal year 26, plus a Proposition 218 regulatory fee. This is a simpler process than 218, has moderate implementation costs, but revenues generated under Prop 26 are limited to regulatory and administrative activities, not capital projects. However, this can serve as a long-term baseline funding option. Third option likely to be considered is GSA contributions plus a new Prop 218 effort. This is the most flexible in terms of funding, but also the slowest, the costliest, and hardest to pass, especially considered the recent outcome we just experienced. This approach will require significant outreach if it is to succeed. Other approaches may include a combination of all three. For example, contributions from the GSA, Prop 26 for baseline funding, and they could possibly seek 218 on project-specific basis if they so choose. And this is just an example, I'll go through quickly, of permissible Prop 26 uses. If Praga pursues Prop 26 regulatory fee, it can only fund certain activities. Examples might include preparing and updating the GSP, groundwater level monitoring, data management, well registration, et cetera, et cetera. But it's important to note that they cannot fund capital improvements. That remains in the realm of Prop 218. Are some additional considerations of the JPA or provisions of the JPA I think are worth pointing out. The Joint Powers Agreement sunsets automatically in June of 2026 if no long-term funding mechanism has been established. Therefore, finding an expedited long-term funding solution is imperative if Praga is going to succeed. So to summarize, the Prop 218 attempt failed. In the short term, GSAs will keep Praga afloat through individual contributions. For the long term, Praga will be weighing options for long-term funding that may include Prop 26 regulatory fees, another Prop 218 process, and/or additional GSA funding. I'll close with this. Even if this agency opted out of Praga, Sigma obligations remain. Going it alone means giving up influence, losing economies of scale, and duplicating costs. Continued cooperation reduces redundancy, lowers costs, and keeps local control within the basin. That's why continued participation is still the recommended course. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Christopher. Questions from council first? Fred?
Christopher, if we end the JPA, does not the state then take over the basin?
That's likely, that is the likely outcome. And in fact, I recently spoke with JPA staff and have recommended to them that they have DWR come in and discuss what it might look like if Praga is not successful. So they've agreed to do that very, very soon in an upcoming Praga meeting.
And in that case, do we have any idea what the normal state fees for something like that are?
It's likely they would put our basin into probation and possibly take it over and start mandating specific things. In particular, I would imagine that they would require metering right out of the gate.
Okay, and we would be responsible for paying for those things?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris?
Thank you, Christopher. Can you remind me, it said that our portion of the $300,000 to sort of pay for the administrative costs over the next several months is $48,000 of $300,000. Can you remind me how that is calculated, the basis of that?
Yeah, that was outlined in the JPA, the Joint Powers Agreement that formed Praga, that the initial contributions would be based upon the percentage shares that were incorporated into the original memorandum of agreement that was in place when we developed the plan. So those costs are split based upon those percentages that were initially identified in the MOA.
Got it. And if there's no JPA, the city of Paso Robles will still have to comply with all of the Sigma requirements, right?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, over here. Start with Mr. Bouch.
Thank you. Christopher, thank you for the report. Thanks for being at all those meetings. The 48,000, is that what the city has expended thus far to date?
To date, I'm not sure exactly what you...
How much have we spent on Praga so far?
Oh, on Praga? I think our initial contribution was in the realm of 35,000.
Okay. And that cost is allocated against or across all of the participants?
That's correct.
Okay. So we've heard a couple different dates. When we go to the meetings, we have different dates and theories as to when the state might have to come in. Mm-hmm. So their priorities at one of the meetings, or maybe two of the meetings, the state's priority are for those basins that are in critical overdraft. There seems to be some hypotheticals whether we are or are not in critical overdraft. If we're not in critical overdraft, the likelihood of the state coming in soon is pretty low. If we are in critical overdraft, the likelihood is probably greater that the state will arrive sooner. If they don't arrive until later could in fact be 2040. We don't really have any good data as to when the actual date might be. So we're trying to prepare for the worst, it sounds like. And I applaud that approach. But I think we also need to be practical. The 218 has now failed miserably twice. It's not going to pass again, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. I think we need to come up with another methodology. Have we determined what the costs are to the city if we go this alone, the way it looks like San Miguel has gone? What is it going to cost the city to go alone on this?
A couple things. So first, according to DWR, we are a basin that's in critical overdraft.
Has a court declared that yet?
It doesn't need to. According to DWR, we're a basin that's in critical overdraft, and we're being held to the 2040 schedule to get this basin.
You've testified in court twice. I don't mean to be difficult here. I'm not trying to, but this is old news. This isn't new news. You've testified once in court that we are in critical overdraft and once that we're not in critical overdraft. So for this purpose,
Mr. Bosch, I've never testified that we're in critical overdraft. I'm not a hydrogeologist.
You've never
and I wouldn't have made that claim. And
okay, thank
the fact
you.
of the matter is DWR has determined that this basin is in.
So we're not in critical overdraft, it sounds like.
According to DWR, it's not a court declared overdraft, but DWR, for the purposes of SGMA, have declared this basin to be in critical overdraft.
Let's go with that for a minute. And then what would it cost us to go alone and to avoid having state takeover?
An exact number I don't have, but I can tell you it would be a significant effort. It would require that we develop our own independent GSP that gets reviewed and approved by DWR. And in that, it would have to have reasonable measures that the city would be able to implement in order to ensure sustainability. But to be honest, I don't really know how DWR would be able to manage all the different GSAs in this basin if we're not collectively working together, because all of those GSPs are going to have to work together to achieve that same goal, not our own individual self-interests as GSAs.
Point taken. Thank you.
Councilman McGregor?
That answered my question. Thank you.
So Christopher, getting back to the fact that strength in numbers essentially is why we did this in the first place with the group. We actually had 5 GSAs. San Miguel decided to go on their own, but now we have 4. And the percentages, just to let everybody know, Paso Robles City is 16% of the whole value of the 100%. There's other San Juan and the county and Creston, El Pomar are the other balances of the percentages, which are much higher. And we are in a position here to be able to pay for our portion because we've already planned ahead for SGMA, which is, again, something all agencies have to do, correct?
That's correct.
And so as far as the future of the JPA, basically another year out, somewhere in there, what is the vision if it doesn't continue? What would happen at that point if JPA did not continue?
I think based upon what I've heard from the county, the DWR would determine our basin to be probationary. Mm-hmm. And under probation, they would then outline what they think measures are that would need to be implemented to achieve the goals of SGMA. And I can't tell you exactly what they would do. And that's what I'm hoping that we're going to hear from soon from a DWR rep at a upcoming PRAGA meeting.
I think we've seen in other water districts as far as adjudication, they basically tell you how many you're going to, gallons you're going to
That's
pump.
correct. That's the likely outcome is that they would require metering and implement groundwater pumping reductions right out of the gate.
Which brings me back to the whole point. The reason we did this in the beginning is strength in numbers, but also local control. We're in control, not the state. But if we fail this effort, the state does have the authority to come in and do what they want to do.
And they'll use their hammer. If they have to come in, it's not going to be with a velvet glove.
Yeah. Okay. Council? Chris, go ahead.
I was out of town and I failed to figure out what happened. I think, was it San Juan Shandon or El Pomar that had the meeting recently?
Oh, I'm not sure.
It sounds like, and maybe somebody can give me an answer, but one of them I thought was going to withdraw. They could not get agreement on their council. So if they withdraw, that leaves 2 people, us and the county. What happens to the cost allocation?
and Shannon San Juan.
And so three, so we
if
would
it's
take the total
Alpamar, then
cost,
there'd be 312.
300,000, so we divide that by 100,000, and that would be our cost? Or is that too simple?
That would be too simple. I mean, we're talking about just this kind of bridge funding for basic functions until such time as a groundwater management charge can be established to fund full implementation of the GSP. And that's significantly more expensive. If one of the big GSAs drops out, I see it being very difficult for the JPA to continue.
Okay.
One further
John,
question.
Did you hear?
No, I have
answer
not
on
heard
that?
anything from any other agencies yet, what
Okay.
they're discussing. This is kind of all fresh and everybody's, I think, talking right now.
I think it's reasonable to assume that given the lack of success in this last 218 effort, that all the GSAs that are part of this JPA are probably considering what they might do should the JPA not be successful. But as far as I know, all the participating GSAs are motivated to get something that works and is acceptable to the public.
Again, yeah, retaining local control. The other thing is, what about, can you speak to the fact that, the San Luis Obispo County Flood Control District? Would they be the final, if this all fails apart, is that another level that could assume the district or the
I don't know that they would be able to assume control over an area beyond their GSA, because each GSA would have the authority and the responsibility for implementing SGMA within their boundaries.
Yeah, Paso Robles is a GSA, Groundwater Sustainability Agency, same as the county, right?
Yep.
Okay. We're good here on the council. I'm going to go ahead and open up to the public. Anyone have questions on this item? Dale?
Yes, Dale Guston. Couple of questions. One, when was the last time DWR did a study of our basin? Two, I've talked to a lot of guys that are farmers, and they said over the years our groundwater and our basin have gone up and down. And they've said that if you take an average, we're not in critical overdraft. So I think the DWR needs to do a more current study and see if we are still in critical overdraft.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sharon, welcome.
Sharon Roden, speaking as a private individual. Water is very confusing. In fact, I'm surprised there aren't nods off already. We're talking about acre feet and this, that, and the other. I've dealt with DWR for 42 years. Whether you think that you are in an upside down position with water or not won't make a hill of beans difference to them if they want to push a point. I'm telling you now that we have got to work together. And I know there are tremendous positions that are different, but we've got to accept the fact that, number one, SGMA is not going away. You can say you don't want to pay fees. You can say that it's not for de minimis users. You can say whatever you want, but SGMA is here to stay, period. Accept it. Now we got to find a way of how we're going to work with that. Because we can sit there and go, well, is a court ruled that we're upside down? Again, if DWR says you are, now you got to go to court to try to prove it. It's not an easy thing to prove one way or the other, but DWR seems to win a lot of those cases. And they've already taken over some basins with people who had high hopes that they had strong cases. And I can understand the upset, and I would like to know for sure whether we are or not, if we can ascertain that. But we've also got a situation where we don't have a trough. We don't have a real basin that water just doesn't go through. So you have rivers that flow out, and some years are good, some years are bad. So it does go up and down. But we wouldn't have the situation with wells going dry and the complaints of such if there weren't a case of the water dropping. Again, How serious is it? I don't know. Can we control it in other manners? I don't know. But that's hopefully what we can ascertain with this group and come to some sort of recognition that we need to do something to prevent the state from taking our basin. Please hear that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Murray? Sure. Go ahead and proceed, Murray. Yeah, state your name, please.
Murray Powell, Templeton resident, also a property owner in the basin. What I passed out to you are a couple of different I'll call them budget reports. The first one was put out yesterday as I'll say a temporary way of funding until the end of December for this GPA authority. The second page was one I passed out last meeting, I believe, and this is a real one, at least through July. And what I'd like you to look at, I highlighted certain items on the first page. So there was a question about how much funding has been done. So far there's been 229, and then yesterday they're talking about another 300,000. And as what was indicated, approximately 87,000 of that total, which is like 30,000 so, is Paso Robles City. So the other items that I listed on that first page at the bottom for totals, if you compare those totals on at least through July, the first 3 months of this first page, with the total costs that have been incurred for real, on the second page, you'll see a big difference of approximately 200,000 between costs that have actually been either spent or committed to through contracts versus this make-believe first page where they think they can make it till the end of December. Isn't going to happen. Okay? So you guys should be taking a look at that in questions. And also on the first page down in the right corner, I circled 74,000 because the math is wrong. That line is only 29,000. So there's numbers that are off on that. So the other things that I want to talk about is that, so there's no funding for this GPA. The purpose of the GPA was to implement the groundwater plan for the basin. And there's several projects that are on that. And in that, on the first page towards the bottom, you'll see 5 or 6 listed with no costs. And the reason is there's no money to fund them right now. And all this stuff about the state coming in, it's not going to happen for a while. And the best, if I give...
Summarize, Murray, go ahead. Summarize.
There's a real simple solution to this, and the DWR has been asking about it since they first came up with this whole thing back in 2020. And that's to reduce pumping by the big ag pumpers. And the big ag pumpers are using 90% of the water. And now most of them are vineyards. And because of the problem with the wine industry, even the big growers like Jay Lohr, I've been in meetings with him, are saying that absolutely they need to reduce pumping and that will resolve the problem. We don't need thousands or millions of dollars in programs and administrative costs that don't save any water. What we need is to reduce the pumping, and the vineyards, given the financial condition of the wine industry now, doesn't even need it. They are growing and irrigating grapes that are going to end up on the ground.
Thank you, Murray. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Francisco? Yeah.
Thank you, City Mayor and City Council. Francisco Ramirez. I, for one, like I said it earlier in other meetings, this has all been going. I've also have been attending the San Luis Obispo County meetings, also there bright and early in the mornings. And I, definitely support that this stays local control, because it's not something you guys are deciding, our county's deciding. This is something that's coming through the grapevine from the state to us. So I'd rather, and I support that you come and stay in control, keep it local, and not the state come in and do their thing and not have any control locally. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. Anyone else? Do we have anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close the presentations. Thank you for the discussion. We'll move on then to general public comments. This is the time that the public may address the council on items within its purview, but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. Council or staff may briefly respond to statements posed by the public. Please fill out a speaker card and give it to our city clerk before speaking. You'll have 3 minutes. Those people wishing to speak on any item scheduled for tonight's agenda will be given an opportunity to speak when that item is being considered. Now we'll open up public comment. Anyone? Sharon, go ahead.
Sharon Roden, speaking as a private person. I just wanted to say thank you to staff at the water deal. Evidently, there have been some other phone calls this last week where it's been notable that there have been leaks, slow leaks, larger leaks. We got one of those phone calls. Both of us were actually out of town. Found out after a renter moved out, one of the toilet was running through. So it works. And now we know we need to sign up for it, so we find out directly instead of having somebody call us. But I just want to say thank you to staff for taking care of that and taking care of us.
Yeah, you're referring to the water system that we have put into on all the meters that actually reports to our staff immediately, and it can tell if there's been a leak that's consistent every day. It puts a flag up. I got to call myself on something like that, so it works very well. Yeah, Dale, Dale, you had somebody behind you we were going to recognize.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
My eyesight's fading.
It's all right.
Good evening. My name is Ray Smoot. I live in Sierra Bonita Village, and we've been asking the city people in charge about to help us out with the traffic from airport going into the new subdivision. The homes look great. Unfortunately, we cannot get anybody to slow down. We've asked possibly to get speed bumps. That is, I don't think that's something that the city wants to do. Right. Even though you guys have them down on Scott Street by the city park.
Yeah, okay? Kind of grandfathered in.
So I talked to the police chief. I said, hey, we've been asking you guys for 10, 12 months to come. He says, oh, we've been there. Well, unfortunately, we have not seen them. Okay. So my biggest concern is our mailbox is where everybody's going to walk across to get their mail. And I mean, today I had 3 guys, and most of them are workers, doing probably 45 and a 25. And so when does it become important to the city when somebody's hit? We ask for just temporary speed bumps, get them to slow down. Even the new homeowners, when they leave, there's no speed sign for them. You have a beautiful pathway for people to walk on. You have no way from one path to the other, no signs, crosswalks or anything. It's a straight curb. And you guys, what is it? For people with disabilities to have slopes and everything like this, those are just straight curbs. So how do they also cross that are on those beautiful paths? And then my last subject is, everybody already knows we made national news. California is on the rise, valley fever. And we're the hot spot, okay? So I thought, well, let me go see. I went over to, walked on that beautiful path, took a picture of Jay Holmes. He's already gone. Their guy. Guy's down there doing his skip and drag, kicking dirt everywhere. So on my way here, go by the new subdivision where I turn on the neighborhood, went through the beautiful roundabout you guys got. I look over the last thing. 3 guys are moving dirt. Yes, there's a water truck, but it's not being used. So I have a couple neighbors that have already got it. I wouldn't want to get it. I mean, she's on this stuff for already 8 months. How do I tell her, hey, you need to go get a wig if you're losing your hair from this stuff, you know? So this is the stuff that we've been dealing with. And granted, you guys work 8 to 5, doing the best you can. 5:15, they're still moving dirt. Who's there? Nobody. No, you know, if they don't get seen or get caught, nobody doesn't get a slap on the wrist, you know? So hopefully it gets under control. I thank you for your time, and hopefully we get something done with Scott.
We might be able to get code enforcement out there for you, Ray, and also maybe the police department can do a little ticketing every once in a while to get that word out.
That would be great. Yeah. Thank you.
You bet. Dale, welcome.
Yeah, sorry. Dale Guston. Mr. Powell raised one solution about the vineyards problem. I've asked, and Mr. Cody Ferguson has asked, when is the city going to get their plant up on the Nacimiento Lake water so that the city can help out with the basin by using that water instead of having to use all of it from the groundwater and the basin?
Thank you. Tim Francis, welcome.
Mayor, City Council, leadership of city. My name is Tim Francis. I am one of the members at large for the Golden State Classic Car Club. And I'd like to call up a couple of different people because we want to do a presentation. I'll bring my leadership up here. And I'd like to call first Frida Berman up here. I got everybody isolated now. So we as a car club every year put on the car show in the square. And it is a lot of work. And some of our leadership, including myself, are new as far as leadership in the club. And it was a lot of work. But I want to call up 3 different people, Freda for one, and Robbie Hogue and Gigi Clark. I don't know if they're here or not. But we want to give them certificates of appreciation because of the hard work that they do. Now, everybody here is leadership in some large capacity. Parks and Recreation, they're the unsung heroes. Almost every week there's something going on in the park, and Parks and Recreation does all the work on it. They do all the planning, they organize it, they get the business members knowing in the square that this is going to happen. They help set up roadblocks and they work with the vendors who are going to do this. And they just get a paycheck. Well, today it's more than a paycheck. We want to honor them for what they've done for us at the car club. And we realize at the car club, we've never honored them. So we're changing that.
Great. Thank you, Tim.
Can you take the others too? All right.
Yeah, the other ones. Yeah. Thank you, Tim. Yeah, I mean, you've seen just one event, but you're true. Yeah, these folks do so many things every day of the week that really aren't really brought to public's attention. So again, we thank you for the support and the opportunity to thank them directly. Thank you. Anyone else? Sure. Come on up.
Good evening, Mayor Hammond, members of council. Thank you. My name is Jeff English. I'm a long-term resident of Templeton. And in July 4th, our community had a pretty devastating, impactful fire. And wanted to just let you know that we very much appreciate it. I'm not here on any official duty tonight, but the city of Paso Robles and the city of Paso Robles Fire was very impactful and helpful in that event. And it probably would have been worse without the city of Paso Robles being there. So wanted to reach out and just thank you for that effort. Wanted to let you know that that fire was a long time impactful fire of a 100-year community, that the Feed and Grain and the family of the German family. We're going to try to pay back to our community in the form of an event. We're going to try to help out with that community. They have been helpful throughout the ag community, not just in Templeton, but throughout the North County. And we want to have an event where we benefit that family and come back and support those who helped us over the years. On September 29th, there will be a Sunday event where we are going to close the street. We will have a live auction. There'll be music, a car club. Hopefully these other car club members will, they left already. Local food and what have you. We encourage you to come out and participate. We also have a Friday night farm-to-table event. It'll be an event Friday evening on the site of the Feed and Grain, and it's on the website. And if you are available and interested and can support with that community, we would appreciate your participation. If you have any other questions, let me know. It's on the website, which is Templeton, it's tfgfundraising.com. Appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And on behalf of the city of Paso Robles, we're sorry for your loss. Again, it's Templeton being great, I think was in all of us here. We kind of thought it was part of us too. So it's kind of a sad thing to see it go after, what, how many years? It was like,
it's been there over 100 years.
100 years.
It was 1912 was when the business started. And the German family's been involved with that ever since. And so a huge loss in our community. We are grieving that location and that family and that event. But the family has committed to staying in the business, and they're going to continue. And so we're going to help them out in any way that we can. So thank you.
Thank you for your support. Anyone else on public comment? Anyone online?
Yes, sir. I do have Linda George.
Okay. Linda, can you hear us?
Hi, good morning. Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. As you guys know, I have a restraining order hearing at 8:30 a.m. So I'm bummed that I couldn't make it tonight. And I want to thank you guys, the Halls, for doing that, because I think it just shows the fact that things are changing and that we've got to move forward in the city. Like I said to you guys a long time ago, I was not running. I have found somebody to run for District 1. Very beloved, very well loved, Eric McCormick. He's announced that he's going to run for District 1, and I'm 100% behind him. I think he's going to do good for this city. So I just hope, in the future, Mayor, that you learn to control your chambers, because sometimes it's okay to clap and sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's okay for people to be poked at, people to be saying things. And I've never sat in a city hall where that continues constantly. So I'm bummed I couldn't be there tonight, but I had to put forth that, because each time I've been there, there's been some kind of commotion going on. And when people clap, I think it's great for the staff, things like that. But when we clap anti to you, you tell us you're going to remove us from the chambers. So somewhere down the line, I hope that you get control of your chambers. Thank you.
Anyone else?
No, sir.
Murray, is there anything you want to say that's not on the agenda? Yeah. Sure. Come on over.
Going back to the Paso Basin Authority situation, this wasn't on the agenda. I thought it was going to be on the agenda, which would be an actual formally convened Paso City GSA that's that's one of the 4 agencies on the basin, but we didn't have that tonight. We did have a report that relates to the basin, but we don't have an actual formal GSA meeting, which you guys have had on a regular basis in the past. And the reason I bring it up tonight is I'm a little concerned over one of the issues that came up yesterday in the authority meeting in this room, and that was whether the GSAs as an agency, that's all 5 of you council members, should be conducting GSA meetings to approve and authorize your representative in the authority, who is Mayor Hammond, to approve spending your money. And the attorney for the authority seems to think that because of the way this agreement was made up originally, that's not necessary. And I find that amazing. And the 2 water districts, there are 2 other GSAs, they have GSA meetings. And I went to 2 of them last week. And they were long and they were great meetings. But they have to authorize their folks, but for some reason, the attorney for the authority doesn't feel like they have that Mr. Hammond, I'm not picking on Mr. Hammond, I'm just saying because he's the rep, that he has the ability on his own without any public meetings here or any public meetings with this council who actually is the GSA to discuss and have the whole council approve whatever you guys are spending from your taxpayer funds. And so I'm asking that in the next meeting that there is an actual formal GSA meeting agendized and held. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher, if you don't mind, come on up. I wanted to ask you that you can maybe explain how a public agency does work. No, Murray, you can go ahead and sit. Yeah, I'm just talking to Christopher. Yeah, Christopher is our utilities director, and why don't you explain to the public how the Paso Robles agency does work?
So in terms of funding and how that funding was established, is that what you're asking for? Yeah, so as part of our normal budgeting process, so the GPA is funded through the Water Utility Enterprise Fund. It's the water utilities' duty to make sure that we comply with SGMA. They're the ones that are extracting the water. So as part of our normal budgeting process, we incorporate, all the things that we think are going to be needed for a specific period of time, depending upon the budget cycle. This time around, it was a 2-year budget cycle. So we do a cost of service study, and in that cost of service study, we outline all the things that we think we're going to need to do as a utility. And then when we do the city budgets, we pull from that cost of service study all those elements and programs and capital projects, in addition to all of our normal expenditures, day-to-day kind of operation expenditures into that budget.
Including SGMA.
Including SGMA. So
right.
SGMA was one of those, SGMA compliance was one of those line items that was identified in the cost of service study, carried over into the city budget, and that what did go before city council and was approved. So that had already been considered. Now, given that the city water utility budget $17 to $20 million a year, the $200,000 that we had set aside for SGMA is a very small amount in terms of the overall budget. So a lot of attention tends to be given on the larger ticket items and capital projects and that kind of thing. But yes, the SGMA compliance is one small line item in the overall water utility budget, and was incorporated therein.
Very good.
And,
right.
and don't let him leave.
Yeah. Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, so actually, but we do that as the city council, not as SGMA.
That's correct.
Okay, and that's made clear. Yep. That so we are addressing it, even though we are both bodies. We're addressing it as a city council because the city council is the only one that can approve the budget.
That's correct.
SGMA has no control whatsoever over the city budget.
That's right.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll go ahead and close in public comment and move on to item N, which is the agenda items to be deferred. Mr. Roth?
Mayor, I have no items for deferral this evening.
Okay, then we'll move on to overview of items on consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 17 items on the consent calendar for you this evening, so bear with me as I move through them. The first is the approval of the meeting minutes for your August 5th, 2025 City Council meeting. Item number 2 is the receipt of advisory body minutes for 3 advisory bodies. The first is the Youth Commission, their July 2nd meeting. Next is the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee for July 14th, and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, also held on July 14th. Item number 3, is the receipt of the warrant register. Since last time we met, the city has made about $4 million in various payments to vendors. I'll highlight those that exceed $100,000. The first, is a payment to USA Bank. This is related to the 2019 general obligation refunding bonds. This is a debt service payment in the amount of $1,639,750. Item number 2 is a payment to USA Bank. This is for the 2001 general obligation refunding bond debt service in the amount of $530,000. Item number 3 is a payment to J.J. Fisher Construction. This is related to the construction of the pickleball court complex at Sherwood Park. Payment in the amount of $549,032.86 from the Capital Improvement Fund. And then the last item tonight is the payment to Papich Construction. This is related to the construction work on Golden Hill Road out of the Capital Improvement Fund in the amount of $124,578.51. Moving on, item number 4 is the approval of the general obligation bond tax rates for fiscal year 25-26. This is an annual process that we do to set tax rates for voter authorized debt issuance that was issued or voted on in 1998. I believe we have just a couple more years ago to retire that debt, and this is the annual process to set that rate that will appear on property taxes. Item number 5 is the approval of side letter agreement with the Paso Robles Professional Firefighters, IAFF Local 4148. This is to clarify pay as it relates to administrative captain work. Item number 6 is the approval to waive minor bidding irregularities and award a contract to Rob Reynolds Construction related to work that will be happening later this year inside City Hall on the 2nd floor. Item number 7 is the approval of furniture and equipment also related to the work happening later this year in City Hall. Item number 8 is the approval of a new city park event, Paderewski's 165th birthday party. Item number 9 is the pre-approval of Federal Aviation Administration grant offer for certain zero vehicle emissions vehicles out at the airport. Item number 10 is the pre-approval for Federal Aviation Administration grant offer. This is related to design services that would eventually rehabilitate certain taxiways at the airport. Item number 12 is the approval of maintenance contracts, and this is for the Landscape and Lighting District number 1, specifically maintenance areas 3, 6, and 7, to ensure continuity in maintenance of those areas. Item number 13 is the replacement of the boilers within the HVAC system at the Public Safety Center. Item number 14 is the authorization to purchase a variety of fleet vehicles. Some of these vehicles are normal replacements for vehicles that have reached their end of life. Others are for new vehicles for additional positions that were added through the budget. All these have been previously budgeted for. Item number 15 is the approval of a resolution that rescinds a resolution that the City Council passed, Resolution 09046, and establishing 2 funds for the future closure, post-closure, and corrective action costs of the landfill. I believe this is a state requirement. Item number 16 is the acceptance of an easement deed and authorization to acquire a road easement for the future extension of Aerotech Center Way, which is located on the east side of the city's airport. And this is providing a future part of the city's circulation element to facilitate future development of both the airport and nearby properties. And then item number 17 tonight is the approval of a water line reimbursement agreement with FLT Arrive Paso. And this is for the installation of a 16-inch ductile iron water line along Cruston Road. And with that, that concludes the consent calendar. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Okay, the items on consent calendar are considered routine.
Question real quick, sorry.
Okay, yeah.
So Chris, I think you skipped over item 11.
Oh, I did. I am sorry. And you know what? I have certain items that are not appearing on my online.
Yeah, that was the armored vehicle. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, I'm sorry. I have, for whatever reason, give me a second here.
Yeah, it appears item 11 is missing from the online agenda.
You know what? Give me just a second. I may have pulled up.
No, it's not.
Just a second.
So is it published, though, to be able to talk about item 11 or not?
If you look at the link on the HTML under revised agenda,
That's what it is.
it is there.
Perfect. So
I was looking at other link. Give me just a second here. I like the original agenda. I didn't look at the revised agenda. I'm sorry. Give me a second here. I apologize for that. Yes, item 11 is the approval of the purchase of an armored rescue vehicle for the Paso Robles Police Department, purchased with state funds that the city receives. And I believe that completes now the entirety of the 17-item consent calendar. Now we're happy to answer any questions, and I apologize for the delay.
Elizabeth, are you concurring that it's okay to go ahead?
It is. I too like the original agenda apparently and had that one pulled up also. So the revised agenda, which was published in time for the meeting to proceed, does include it.
Very good. Excellent. All right. So we're going to go ahead and read the spiel here first, though. Items on consent calendar are considered routine and do not normally require separate discussion. However, if any member of the council or the public has any specific questions or clarifications on an item, we will address them now before a vote is taken. If the full discussion on the desired item is one to be pulled by a member of the council or the public, that item will then be removed to the from the consent calendar to the discussion items part of the agenda tonight. I will now ask the council if they have any questions directly to on any item and or wish to pull a discussion item. This left side?
Yeah, I think item number 11 has a lot of people asking some questions and wondering about it, and I would love to be able to address it myself.
So you
and
would
possibly our chief would like to address it as well.
So would you like to pull that as a full discussion?
I don't know if I would pull it as well. What's the appropriate procedure for that?
Just ask the questions.
Yeah, if you have a specific question, Fred, just go ahead and ask it. We could do that.
Well, it would be a rather lengthy question.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why we pull it for full discussion if you think it's going to get there. And I think with the amount of people that might be asking about it, might be worthy.
Okay, let's pull it then.
Okay, we'll pull that and make that to the end of discussion items. Anyone else? Chris Beal? Good?
No, I'll just
Okay.
wait for P11.
Am I right? Chris Bausch? Okay, Steve, very good. All right, I have no questions. I'll open up to the public. Anybody having a question on any consent item? It's Dale?
Dale Guston, on the vehicle, I think that's a EV type vehicle. I question that we have proven reliability of those type of vehicles, and I'm skeptical that we're going to run into a maintenance problem on those.
I think, are you talking about the airport, two pickups for the airport? Those were EVs, I believe. And,
Whichever EV vehicle is, yeah, I think it's number 9, is it?
yeah, it was other vehicles, not on item 11. I think it was another item there.
Yeah,
Yeah, item 9 is
10.
the airport EV.
Yeah, that was
What's
it.
the title? Grant offer for zero emission vehicle program.
That's right. That's the program. Okay, anyone else? Questions? Anyone online?
I do have a caller online. I'm not sure if they are calling regarding consent. Just a moment. No other callers for this.
Okay, thank you. Bring it back to council then to make direction on items 1 through 10 and 12 through 17.
Mayor Hammond,
Pro
I
Tem
move
Gregory.
that we approve the consent agenda items 1 through 10 and 12 through 17.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we'll move on then to the next discussion part of our meeting tonight, which will be Q1, and that is the receipt of the El Camino Homeless ECHO 2024-25 end of year report. And who do we have? Your name?
Good evening, Mayor Hammond, council members, and city leadership. I'm Ashley Hernandez, the Homeless Services Manager. This evening, we are presenting the fiscal year 2024-25 end-of-year report for the El Camino Homeless Organization, also known as ECHO, and requesting your approval of the Third Amendment to our Supplemental Memorandum of Understanding for fiscal year 2025-26. The city first entered into the agreement with ECHO in August 2022, committing 2 years of funding at $222,000 per year to support operations at the Paso shelter. The agreement required ECHO to maintain shelter beds, provide case management and life skill classes, convene a community stakeholder committee, and submit quarterly financial and program reports. Since then, Council has approved 2 amendments. The first amendment of January 2024 dedicated 45 beds to the 90-day shelter program, retained 5 beds for night-by-night shelter, reduced stakeholder meetings to twice annually, and added a crisis room for police and fire. The second amendment of July 2024 extended the agreement for 2 more years, shifted reporting to twice a year, and continued funding at the same amount per year. Under the current agreement, ECHO has fully met all obligations for fiscal year 24-25. In April 2025, ECHO requested an operational change to discontinue the 5 night-by-night beds and fully transition to the 90-day shelter program. The 90-day model has demonstrated greater stability and more permanent housing placements. ECHO will continue offering nightly community dinners and drop-in showers. They have also secured county funding for a 10-bed weather-based warming center beginning November 2025 and will maintain the police and fire crisis emergency resource room. While the community stakeholder committee will dissolve, ECHO will provide monthly newsletters with a direct contact number for community concerns. The proposed Third Amendment reflects these operational changes and also strengthens the partnership between the city and ECHO. Some updates to the amendment include standardized reporting templates and quarterly quality reviews, which we've already done this week, improved data sharing and referrals, city participation in client consent forms, ECHO's attendance at city-led coordination meetings, such as the North County Homelessness Network, and updating contract provisions for indemnification, standard of care, insurance, and termination. Funding for this disbursement and for fiscal year 2025-26 has already been approved in the city's adopted budget, and there are no additional fiscal impact. I have this staff's recommendation of option 2 to receive and file ECHO's fiscal year 24-25 end of year report, direct staff to distribute the payment for the reporting period, and approve the Third Amendment to the supplemental MOU for fiscal year 25-26. I'll now like to open it up for any questions before transitioning to ECHO's presentation.
Thank you, Ashley. Questions of Ms. Hernandez on this side? Okay, Mr. Bausch.
So Ashley, thank you very much. Great report. Curious as to, in years past, we received the report directly from either Wendy Lewis or Austin. Austin's no longer with ECHO. He's moved on. Just to clarify, you are an employee of the city of Paso Robles. You're not working for ECHO.
Correct.
All right. So how did that transition? How did we miss not seeing somebody from ECHO here tonight?
I actually am going to transition to ECHO's end of year report. I just wanted to open it up in case there are any questions regarding the amendment, but they will be doing their end of year report.
Excellent. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Ashley.
Alrighty, I'd like to invite Wendy up from ECHO.
Welcome, Wendy.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Hammond. It's an honor to be here representing ECHO and also just share our continued thanks for the partnership with the City of Paso Robles. And I started my day at the Board of Supervisors meeting this morning, and one of the items there on the consent calendar was actually a 5-year report on a CEQA that had tied to the project. And it was such an honor to share with that Board of Supervisors that that project, the Home Key project as a whole, which includes Haslo and the ECHO portion, is one of the only projects at the state level that received that funding that is thriving and seeing the data and the outcomes. So as a community, we should be very proud of the work being done, and I really appreciate the support. And I was able to share with the Board of Supervisors about this partnership and how much it means to the ability for us to provide life-changing resources. So I'd love to start our presentation and also thank Ashley as a new member to the Paso team. It's been a pleasure working with her and getting to solidify our collaboration and our partnership even more, right? We've been all working together to really bring solutions for homelessness, and the continued partnership and enhancement is just an honor to be able to be part of that and work with the amazing team. So I want to start with the funding we receive from the city. It's about 20 to 22% of our overall budget to support the work we're doing for the Paso campus specifically. 100% of the funding we receive from the city goes directly to support the staffing it takes to see the outcomes that we're able to talk about. So it's the case management who support somebody on their journey back into housing and all the other pieces that really make the opportunity and the program work, right? We have 70 beds and we're serving hundreds of people on a daily basis, and it takes incredible, compassionate, caring staff that are knowledgeable and can really support the people that we're serving. So kind of as a recap, that it is on the campus, we're only about 32% of the footprint. I'm still amazed 5 years later that I am often asked about the entire project and that it's entirely ECHO. And we could not have done the Home Key project without our partners, Housing Authority of SLO County and People's Self-Help Housing. When the original idea and phone call came from the county, I had never been in there, right? We were trying to work on bringing solutions to the city of Paso Robles, and I drove in and kept driving in and kept driving in, and there was a building after building after building, and there was just no way ECHO at that time could have pulled that off, right? We were one campus in Atascadero, 6 staff at that time, and we had to look for partners, right? Bringing solutions through collaboration, reached out to People's Self-Help Housing, reached out to the Housing Authority, and we all took this leap of faith together because on our portion it only came with 2 years of state funding. So we really had to take this leap and know the city of Paso Robles, the community would step up and really support the population. And so I'll go through kind of the breakdown, but I just want to put that out into the community. There are partners. There's also our program, but also permanent supportive housing. One of the unique projects at the state, I think we're one of 2 that has that collaboration and on a shared campus have both resources. So ECHO operates 41 total units, including 70 emergency beds, and also that resource room we talked about that is available for the City of Paso Robles Emergency Services. If they find somebody in the evening after all our participants have arrived that needs critical services, we work collaboratively to give that person a safe place to be until we can figure out better solutions the next day, working with our partners at the emergency services. So 65 beds are currently dedicated to what is our 90-day program. And we are so excited to be able to work with you to potentially reduce or increase those to 70 and reduce the 5 night by night. I'll talk about why that's such an important change that we really are grateful that you guys are considering. So those 65 90-day beds, I'm often asked, how is ECHO having the outcomes we're seeing of the numbers of people getting housed? 4 years in a row of the track record of beating our own record of helping people into stability of housing. Last year, between the two campuses, 353 individuals or children were helped into permanent housing. And because the 90-day program has set them up for success, we've worked with them, given them the tools. They're doing the work. We're just supporting them on that journey. Out of those people that are placed into permanent housing, we see a 90% success rate that they're still in housing today. And I'm proud to share that as of today, people placed into housing this year alone were outpacing last year's numbers, and 283 people have found that stability. And so, as you can see, the support and the more we're in the community and the more we're engaging, it is truly impacting people and getting back into that stability. So we talked about the 5 beds that are currently dedicated to night by night. And we are so grateful to be looking at transitioning those, because we see the positive impact in the 90-day program. The night by night are offering safety and stability for that evening. But can you imagine, you took the leap to come to us to seek the services. You're one of 20, 25 people hoping for one of those 5 beds, and then your name isn't drawn. So then you're upset, you're sad, you're scared, and we can offer other services, but we can't offer you a bed that evening. And so those people have to then leave our campus, and they're not happy, right? And so we really want to transition those, because also it's the most costly beds we operate, because you need more staffing to do so. And it's also the hardest on our team, because you're in front of 20 people having to randomly select out of a drawing for 5 people, and the rest you're dealing with all of those emotions and de-escalation. And so really critical to transition that. And then in those night by night beds, we see about 10% of that population getting housing. In our 90-day program, we average 60% success rate. So you have a 60% success chance of getting into stable housing if you're in that 90-day program. So it's more cost effective, it's more effective from a humanitarian perspective, and so just hopeful that that is the outcome, the recommendation tonight. As we mentioned, one of ECHO's rooms is currently that emergency services, and we also have a residential advocate that lives on site that's graduated our program and is there to help support others. We have one room that's transitioned into a community pantry. ECHO's not only about helping the unhoused population, but helping food insecurity and people who are hungry. We work with the community who comes to us for our nightly meals, serving up to 120 each night, and also having a pantry on site. We have we have 2 rooms that are also designated to site storage, because the community provides us so much. When we need items and we ask the community shows up, from towels to socks to any need that we seek. The community is there for us. So I've mentioned the resource room, and that's really been something that we are proud to offer and proud to partner with the city on. That room so far in 2025 has been activated 6 times, and we are very crafty with our space. So just because that we have that room doesn't mean it's just sitting there the other days of the year and the other nights of the year. It's also being utilized for programs during the day, part of those case management conversations, private meetings. So every bit of space at ECHO is being really efficiently used. So here are some of our data from this past quarter, and you can see total shelter stays was 5,144. In the night by night, it was a total of 450. Individuals that were turned away in that lottery system was 470, and unduplicated individuals served was 373. This is in the shelter program alone, does not include people in our outreach case management programs and also in our other services we offer, and we'll talk about some of those as we go forward. And again, the resource room has been activated twice in this time frame. Total shelter stays, you can see month by month, they vary a little bit, and that's just depending on the configurations of some of the families we're serving. But in that quarter, we had a total of 11,022 stays. That means a night where someone had a safe place to be with life-changing resources and a pillow to put their head on. Total night by night was 905, and individuals again in that time frame that didn't receive a room was 938. Unduplicated individuals served was 689, and as I mentioned, the resource room was activated 6 times. So our meals are such a critical part of what we do. That's how ECHO started. ECHO started almost 25 years ago over how can we help someone who is unhoused on the streets? Let's start with coming together and serving a meal. That continues to be the core of our mission, and really how we are connecting with somebody who might not know they're ready for that next step in their journey, but they're hungry. So they come to ECHO from 5 to 6 any night of the year, both locations. We are serving meals. In Paso, some nights we're serving up to 120. It's one of the fastest programs I've seen in my time at ECHO grow. And it also was, again, a leap of faith. When we brought services to Paso Robles, we had been serving meals in Atascadero for years. Those meals are brought in by the community. Every night, a different group adopts ECHO's meal program and comes in with a meal. It can vary from a service group, it can vary to a church, to an individual family. And in Paso Robles, right, we started and thought, okay, we hope they're there, and the meal teams are there, and they are supporting both Paso Robles and Atascadero and the outcomes that we see. I also want to share, because this is something I get questioned out when I'm out and about, is who is eligible for the meal program? Anybody who's hungry. It often serves somebody who is housed, who we're trying to keep them in that housing, and that meal becomes saving their budget or keeping their lights on. It also is for people who have graduated our program, and that becomes their community. They come back and they volunteer, they help, they get fed, and so anybody is welcome. We encourage people who are hungry or just want to learn a little bit more, come visit that meal and you'll see really what kind of is happening and how you're treated. Every night these meal teams are smiling. Our folks that are coming to dinner are saying the most thank yous in the hour that you've ever heard. And so I encourage volunteering at that program as well. But you can see in the couple 2 quarters, we've served 19,407 dinners alone. That is that resource of providing to people who are just hungry in your community. And I can't thank our meal teams enough. Showers are also such a critical resource that we provide. And our Monday through Friday, people are eligible. Anybody can come for her shower who needs that. It's not just a shower. In this heat, right, we're all going to face some really hot weather in the next few days. They're coming in and they're getting a cool shower to cool off and really help their core temperature. We provide towels, we provide changing of clothing, socks, toiletries, anything. And it's an engagement opportunity to help someone who might still be on the streets fill out an application, be ready for our services, and enter the program. Food bags, grateful for the food bank and a partnership we have them. They have food bags that they provide. ECHO is actually the biggest recipient in the food bank system when it comes to the food bags that they utilize to help unhoused people. You can see 2,700. Those are also used to prevent hunger, but also create an engagement opportunity and showing people that we're there not only with food, but we're there, you can trust us, we're here to help. You can see we also have referrals to mental health. That was 14. Drug and alcohol referrals was also 14. And referrals to other resources was 208. That can include things like, a referral to a drug program that you need, or an NA program, a referral to an educational opportunity. I mean, everybody we serve has a different need, and that's also how you're seeing the outcomes. The case plan is tailored to that individual needs, and so are the referrals. Laundry on site. I'm so excited. That was the one of the fun things to inherit when we inherited a Motel 6, right? It had an external laundry, and we're able to not only have people that are in our program that have access to laundry, but people were also serving an outreach. And during that time frame, our case management and outreach team is engaging with that person and also getting them ready for services, answering questions, and they're there for 2 hours. So it's hard to kind of escape a conversation with somebody when you're there for 2 hours. So here are some more documented successes. So housed through our outreach program, that's that case manager that goes throughout the city of Paso Robles, into the riverbed, into your downtown parks, where somebody is kind of congregating. We go out there and we just start a conversation. We let them know what we do. Have they heard of ECHO? Do you need certain things that we can help with? And we get them ready to that next step of filling out an application. We also collaborate closely with the CAT team. So if there's someone where the CAT team is engaging with, but might need a little bit more of the case management side from ECHO, we will jointly go out and have a conversation with that person. And it's all about consistency in going out multiple times to get somebody ready. So we're really proud of that partnership as well. Out of that program, so not even staying in the shelter, you'll see 3 people were successfully housed, not even staying in the shelter, but through that outreach plan, and then 7 found employment. We have workforce development programs, and a lot of times you'll hear this misconception that the people we're serving, they're not wanting employment. They're not choosing to better their situation. We have so many of our folks that we're able to connect with employers and have multiple jobs, right? It takes that financial income and our financial literacy as a key component of getting back into housing. Housed through shelter and outreach, you can see that's 84 of that total number I mentioned of the 200 and something. And out of those, 68 remained housed, and out of our total population in shelter and outreach, 22 found employment. So as I mentioned, the number, every time we have the number in a slide or the number at a presentation, the hard work continues and it's outdated. So we probably sent this to Ashley probably a month ago, and you can see that's grown from the 249 total housed to 283. So again, we continue to really strive to get as many community members back into that stability of housing. And you can see the breakdown of between our shelter and outreach programs was 153 at the time of this submission and 94 in our homeless prevention. I didn't mention a lot about homeless prevention, but it is a critical program that we offer where we have funds that if somebody unfortunately has that scary time in their life where you get home and you have that notice on your door that says you have 3 days to figure it out. We get referrals often from the school district or other partners where we have a vetting way to vet that need and then help that person stay in that housing. So they've never had to experience homelessness, but that person has to commit to case management, and we teach them the tools so they aren't coming to us. They can't come to us again because it's a limited amount of money, but it's having a huge impact in the community. So additional programs, it takes all of these different pieces. This slide could be probably 20 or 30 different programs, but you can see up in the left corner, we have Raising the Reader for our children with the County Office of Education, and wonderful, caring librarians come out. And one thing I want to mention about the children, that's another question I'm often asked is, oh, you have a lot of adults there, right? And I said, we have a lot of adults, but we have a lot of children too. And unfortunately, families with children is the fastest growing demographic of people who are needing our services. We pulled some data for a different report, and it even caught me kind of off guard. Last year, we helped a little over 200 individuals under the age of 18. So, about 217 to zeros, because we have infants and newborns, This year alone, we're at 193. So you can see that demographic is drastically changing and needing our support. We're averaging about 40 to 45 children nightly between our 130 beds with both campuses. You can see we also have partnerships. Very proud of the one with the cat team pictured there, and just the way they're able to really partner with us when someone is in a crisis, and we need them, they need us, and it's really helping the community. So just can't say enough about that. We also try to be as good of neighbors as we can, right? We know the population we're serving can sometimes negatively affect, positively affect as well our neighbors. And so, as we mentioned, my phone's available. Anybody can reach me if there's ever a call or a need or a concern. But we also adopted the street. Right? We wanted to be as good of neighbors as we could. And so our team of residents, so these are volunteers that are in our program, and some of our team and some volunteers from the community, they go throughout that corridor. And so far in 2025, we've picked up 1,940 pounds of trash and worked with the city as a partner who comes and picks it up. So we really strive to not only better the lives of the people we're serving, but support the community as best we can. So I talked about some of the programs and partners. That's one thing that we try to really stay within our mission, and we aren't mental health experts, right? So we partner with TEMA, who comes on site, Transitions Mental Health, and they do evaluations, mental health support. We have often hairdressers in the community who will come on and just help with haircuts, right? Everybody feels good after you get a good haircut, and especially if you're trying to get that first job or get back into employment, or it just feels good. We have NA meetings on site. We have doctors that come on and help with medical needs. As again, we have children, so we have all kinds of kids programs, arts and crafts, story time. Every holiday we celebrate with the kids, and they'll do decorations, and just it's a great sense of community. Monthly, different things as needed, CalFresh assistance with the Department of Social Services, the Clean Slate program, but literally the list could go on. We have recently started having the mobile probation van on site, and this is a new partnership with SLO County Probation. And when they first reached out, we were a little leery, and I've told them this as well, because, you know, having probation officers come on site can make kind of like, oh, what's this all about? And again, their mobile van is a big thing. It's a school bus size thing. And the first month was a little like, oh, some of the people were a little leery. But again, it's breaking down a barrier and helping those probation officers connect with people who it saves them time. It helps our folks. They bring resources. So a huge shout out to that new program. So we always like sharing a success story, right? That's what it's all about. And this one highlights a young family, and we always have their permission to share these. And if anybody is on social media, please follow us on Facebook and Instagram, because we share these, and the faces change so dramatically. I'm going to talk about Sierra and Evan, but I actually want to talk about a recent one that was even just incredibly impactful. If you go on there, you'll see a gentleman, and he has this huge smile, big burly beard, and his story is kind of just incredible. He shared that his childhood was not the best, and it led him to making not good choices. He was incarcerated, and when he came out, he's a Paso Robles resident, he came out and didn't have anywhere to go. He was unhoused in this community for 40 years. 40 years. He's a 62-year-old man and had nowhere to turn. Health was spiraling out of control. He came to ECHO, and he was able to get sober during the time with us. We referred him to a program that helped with that. ECHO became the connecting vehicle for medical care and keys to what he needed to do in his own life. And he is now successfully housed after 40 years on the streets of Paso Robles. So that one was so fresh in my mind, but this one is pretty impressive as well, right? They also made some life-changing decisions to turn things around. They were not just making those decisions, but for themselves and their newborn son. Evan was incarcerated in 2023 and released a year later. During that time, Sierra and Cooper stayed in a sober living facility, committed to building a stable future. In December, the family joined our 90-day program in Paso Robles, and in just 5 months, their progress has been nothing short of inspiring. Both Sierra and Evan graduated from drug and alcohol treatment programs. And one thing I want to clarify with the 90-day program, that is people have at least the 90 days as long as they're making forward progress, but we are able to extend that up to 6 months. If everyone is making forward progress, we don't want to penalize them because of the housing stock is so lean. And so in this case, we gave them a couple months extension because they were making the forward progress. They were working on what they needed to do, and that 2 extra months made a really huge impact. So with the support and the stability from ECHO, their goals began to unfold. Evan secured a job in March and has been promoted to a manager. Sierra earned her driver's license back after 7 years, and now she's enrolled in school, and she wants to give back in the field of addiction to help someone else in her community. And today, the most beautiful milestone, they have a place to call their own. This was from one of our posts, so it's a little Instagram-y. Their new home stands as proof that second chances aren't just possible, they can lead to thriving futures. Sierra, Evan, and their son have shown us that with the community support, fierce determination, and a bit of grace, the darkest chapters of their lives can have new beginnings. And I'm happy to answer questions or turn it back to Ashley.
All right, thank you, Wendy. Questions of staff? Anyone?
Merely a congratulations on an outstanding report.
Yeah, we're going to get to that too. Pro Tim Gregory.
Yes, Wendy, on the mental health referrals, how does that work for you? Is it because team is on there on site, or is it ongoing, the mental health?
I'm sorry, Councilmember.
The mental health referrals, how does that work?
Okay, so how that works is TEMA has a van that not only comes on site, but it's designed where it's a private area inside the van, because when you're seeking mental health support, it would be hard to do it at an outreach table, right? So they actually have the van set up where the person seeking that help can go into the van and have a private space to meet with trained mental health support specialists. They not only help with diagnoses, they help with mental health like outreach, similar to our case managers, but it's more for mental health support. They can help them connect to medication. They can actually write prescriptions. They have telehealth in the van, so that person can have a telehealth appointment with someone who can write a prescription, so diagnose, write a prescription, and then their case manager actually helps that person get the prescription, actually with transportation, and again, reducing barriers to getting help. So it's an incredible partnership. We appreciate TEMA for that, and they come out to both locations, so everybody we're serving has access to that.
Great, thank you, Wendy.
Chris Bausch? Yeah.
Thank you. Another great report. Well done. Come an awful long way since Mike and Charlotte. So thank you for making that happen and doing it here in Paso Robles. You, I think, answered my question. I was going to ask how you and Ashley were getting along, but I think that seems to be pretty good right now. So well done.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open up then to public. Anyone wishing to address this item, please come forward. Francisco?
Yes, my name's Cliff Branch. I'm actually going to talk on the next subject, but since this is public comment, really want to appreciate what ECHO's done. Very familiar with them. For years, I've supported the homeless. Becky Jorgensen, who runs Hope's Village, has was a class of mine in 1968. It's ironic that this has come up and we're following. We are their neighbors. We share a property line. I've watched this very closely for 10 years. I can say that although I admire what they've done and the empathy that they've shown to citizens, there wasn't a whole lot of empathy for the neighbors. And there's been a whole lot of problems over there that you're aware of, we're aware of, they're aware of. I've met with city officials over the last 10 years. And so I'll address some of that because we're on the agenda next. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I do really admire what they do, and it's ironic that we're coming up next to talk about some of the other things that have happened because of the Motel 6.
Okay. Thank you, Cliff. Francisco, come on up.
Yes, thank you, City Council. Great support of this, and I thank the city for the partnership and for the other programs and the other some of the resources that they also use when I've done outreach there myself was also referring them for legal assistance that's provided through the county to those people that, get those situations that need legal advice and legal assistance. And that's one of the things that they've done also is help people get that additional service and resource that's available here in our county.
Thank you, Francisco. Anyone else? Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Grace Hall. We're Echoes. I own the building located 1124 Black Oak, and I also run my business from there. We're Echo's closest neighbor. I purchased the building 3 years before Echo got there, so I know what things were like before and after. Echo runs a wonderful organization. They do wonderful things. I'm talking about what happens after people leave Echo, and for a lack of a better term, the demographic of people that's attracted to Echo, they don't get the nightly, win the little nightly lottery. So what happens with those people, it greatly impacts the surrounding businesses and property owners because they don't have nowhere to go. With the hopes of having somewhere to sleep for the night and then finding out you don't have nowhere to sleep, it's continuous every day, day in and day out. And unfortunately, a lot of those people aren't trying to enter the 90-day program. They're not trying to get help. They're just using that. So I would really hope that that part of it would end. But the other thing I would like to say, over the last couple of weeks, we have seen significant change down there to the good. The police department has been great. We met with Ashley. She's wonderful too. So I feel there's going to be a lot of changes and things like that. And I understand it's not a simple fix. Nothing's going to change overnight. But I think if we all work together, something can happen.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Do I have to press anything? No?
No,
Okay.
you're good to go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for listening to us. There's a piece missing.
Your name?
Oh, I apologize. I'm Wendy Richardson.
Wendy.
I'm a resident of Templeton, and my husband and I own Bubble and Squeak Car Wash on Riverside.
Got it.
We built it in the early 90s, and it's always been very successful for us. But there's a piece of the puzzle that I'm not sure you truly understand how some aspects of Echo, regardless of the work they do, I understand the work they do, and they're very ready to tout what they do. But you really sincerely need to listen. The businesses in that neighborhood suffer from certain elements of Echo on the outside. I mean, we have had, they sleep in our bays, they urinate, defecate in our bays, they steal water by the buckets from our sink, and we had to turn the water off Our customers, we built it for our customers to wipe their cars down. We've had to turn it off because they come at night, and we've got it on camera, and they go underneath and they steal our water by the buckets. We've had 7 RVs parked along Riverside. We've had to you really need to understand how it affects the businesses. And we have to do something to curb what's going on. And I mean, Echo takes care of stuff on the inside, but on the outside, I'm here to tell you, it is serious. And I can go on all day. I only have 3 minutes. Unfortunately, that lady, or fortunately for her, she had much longer. But it's very, 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 very negative for the businesses there. Grocery outlet, constantly having theft. They come into our car wash and they solicit our customers for money. They go through our trash and they just leave it. There's a certain part of this homeless thing where they don't want help. They just want to be whatever. And the businesses are suffering because of that. And we pay our licenses and property taxes just like everybody else. We have a beautiful hotel there on the corner.
You can summarize, ma'am, if you like. Go ahead and summarize.
We have a beautiful hotel there on the corner. Not only is that road horrible, you'd think you were in a third world country going down it, Black Oak, whatever it's called. I mean, you have a beautiful hotel there. And the homeless are not good for them either. So we really need to pay attention to other than what goes on inside.
Thank you,
So,
ma'am.
and thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate that. And I appreciate what you all do. And thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello, Mr. Hall.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ernest Hall. We have a business at 1124 Black Oak. Echo is doing a great job over there. I know a lot of people that I went to school with that happen to use that facility. A lot of people that I grew up with happen to use that, and they've been helped. But on the outside of that, we're having a hard problem with loitering, urination, trash. I think that our business can help the area if we were open. We can have some foot traffic, and we also would come with a security guard. So I would like to thank Chief Norton for stepping up the patrol over there. And I would like to thank Ashley for coming over and talking to us and making us feel like we're going to see a different change. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Anyone else in public? Okay, do we have anyone online?
Yes, we do. Linda George.
Okay. Linda, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, I got these new headphones, so sorry if I sound like I'm yelling. I have a barrage of questions. This to me is like putting lipstick on a pig, this presentation. I looked at some of the actuals and the financials, and my first question is to the council and to Ashley now, was ECHO created to be for a 90-day sober living facility? Because that is what Wendy is requesting it to turn into. At one point, we had 70 beds. We're down 1 for a food pantry, 1 for training, 2 rooms for storage. That's 4 rooms, plus 1 residential room, that's 5 rooms. So those are the rooms that were approved on the last MOU. My point being, we went from 70 beds. Apparently, I wasn't here when it initially opened, what the goal was of the city. Now we're down to 0 rooms for night to night, and I am 100% against that. I don't think this is what the city intended for this to be. The people in the riverbed already feel like they're second-class citizens to the way ECHO is set up. Now, I also looked at some of the financials where we're paying this staff to have a 401k. Are we really? We're paying. So here's an official question, Chris Hewitt. Does ECHO now become a subsidiary of the city? Are they our employees if we're paying for a lot of their staffing? So I am, for the first time, going to say to the council, I absolutely disagree with this plan, and I cannot support them having any more money. I don't even understand why the new homeless coordinator agreed to dwindling down to no night-by-night rooms. Hey, I go out there too once in a while. I haven't been there this summer. But, you know, they really need something. They're congregating at Walmart. They're congregating at Rite Aid. They're congregating everywhere else. We have that new senior facility. Do you want all the riverbeds to congregate over there and to continue to, you know, intimidate or scare them? So I think that this is a big mistake. I think that if you want to help the homeless, you help the homeless. Don't say it's too hard. You were not successful with that population. Oh, well, then become successful. It's that simple. I do not want to knock the work, but maybe Austin has made me see this with rose-colored glasses, but I am disgusted to see that we're paying 401k to the staff at ECHO. I don't want to get into the nuts and bolts of this because I'm going to walk out angry, very angry, because our only goal in this city is to help people up and out. I agree with getting those that are motivated to get up and out. That's perfect. But don't dwindle down the riverbed to 0 beds because you heard the local business owners, they're going to pay even more. Okay? And I think somewhere along the line, someone's going to have to take a hold of this program and decide, is Paso Robles subsidizing a 90-day sobriety program or plus, or are we helping our homeless? I don't see ECHO ever being helpful to the homeless as long as I've dealt with it.
Thank you, Linda.
Okay, so thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
No, sir.
Okay. Bring it back then to council for discussion. The action, you have, open it one more time. Go ahead.
Yes, I have
your name, sir?
Things. I'm Gary Lamb.
Gary?
I reside in Paso. I'm a resident. And I could say that living here since 2014, I've seen a numerous amounts of homeless people. And most of them hang out closest to the businesses here on Niblick. And I don't see how a 90-day program is going to help somebody that's homeless in the riverbed because they don't want to change here. They want to be stuck in that environment. And so the only way to create something better for them is to move them out of the city, right? And put them, I don't understand, why is it that we have that youth center that's by the airport just sitting there? It's just sitting there collecting dust. It's got environmental problems. Oh, well, we can fix that. But I'll tell you what, that is a big campus. It's already got gates. You can secure the homeless people there and watch over them and keep them from going to the businesses and doing whatever, you know. But I think that what she was saying about it's not going to change, it's because the people do not want to. It's mentally here. So the only way that you can change that environment is just to pick them up and move them out of the location and put them in a position where there's control, where there's people watching over them and making sure that there's no, problems for the businesses and other things in the community. I live on Sneed Street. Where I have my house, it's located with a huge, background, with the mountain and everything like that. It's like a giant park. The homeless people go down there. They stay there sometimes. They park their cars across the street and they stay there until someone like me walks up and says, "Hey, how you doing?" And then they pick up and move. It would be nice to know that, yes, we do care about our homeless people and we're not trying to demise them and make them feel less than. But the only way that you're going to get these people to actually get their lives back together again is if you pick them up out of the city and put them in a place where they can get help. ECHO's doing a good job, but I don't think they have enough facility. I don't think they have enough structure to help out our homeless. The homeless goes from every state, and it's just getting worse. But Paso doesn't have to fall into that line. We have our own.
Gary, yeah, summarize, please. Yeah.
Anyhow, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Dale.
Dale Augustin. I wasn't going to say anything, but I know some people that are homeless living out of their vehicles. And in fact, there's a lot of people living out of their vehicles. I think we need to do something about addressing that situation as well. And I'm not saying that ECHO isn't doing a good job. It's just that it doesn't meet those people that are living out of the vehicles.
Thank you. All right, we're going to close the public comment. So bring it back then to council. Ashley, do you need to finish up your report at all?
Just to represent the recommendation to receive and file ECHO's end of year report.
Very good. Yeah, it's actually that, and we also have to talk about the distribution payment of $101,000, and then we also approved the third amendment to the ECHO MOU. So bring it back to the discussion for the council. Councilman Strong.
Well, a few comments for one thing. In my responsibilities, I cover the state, or the region, the state, the federal government, and I do a lot of travel to a lot of different places. And if you've been to those other places and seen their homeless situations without ECHO compared to our homeless situation with ECHO, you wouldn't ever say anything against ECHO. Now, as far as some of the businesses that are affected, before ECHO, they were affected even worse because there were even more that were in the riverbed and coming out of the riverbed and looking for food, looking for other places to stay. Some people want to be in the riverbed because they don't like the society. They're just they're like the hobos of yesteryear. They don't want to be part of society. They want their own little government in their own little way. And that's what they do. And they're all still citizens, which means they all have the same rights we do. So we can't just pick them up and incarcerate them somewhere else without their permission. That can't be done, number one. As far as using the old boys' school, that was state property, and that was sold years ago to a private organization that is planning many things to do with it. So it is not available to do anything with the homeless or anybody else. You'd have to go talk to that corporation which owns the property. We don't have any control over that property. So there are many different aspects here. Without ECHO, it would be a lot worse than it is. Now, as far as they're hanging out in certain places and things like that, yes, that has to somehow be addressed by somebody other than ECHO. But where can they go? That's another question, because they're going to go somewhere. They can't just cease to exist. They're people. They're people on very hard times. They're people with very serious problems. Many of them they brought upon themselves. But nonetheless, they're human beings with serious problems. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Brett. Councilmember Beal.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentations, and also thank you for the public comment. If this situation were easy, it would have been solved already. And one of the things I've learned, the more I'm learning here in the city, is how complicated and how diverse the population is that find themselves being unhoused, right? And we have a flagship program with ECHO that's had such a high success rate. We know that there's a waiting list for people who are interested and willing to go into a 90-day program. We don't have sufficient beds to meet the needs of the people that are interested. We also know that there are people in different circumstances that are not, for whatever reason, not interested in getting into a program. We know that there are problems in the neighborhood. And so it really does require a multifaceted approach, and it's going to be even more important that we sort of coordinate our city data, coordinate ECHO data, coordinate with the county, right? So that we're all operating on the best information to be able to pivot and try to adapt to what we're seeing and what we know works and doesn't work. At the end of the last meeting, I spoke about one of the statistics at the county level that they're finding that 73% of the families are actually finding their way into being housed. And that's a wonderful statistic. So whatever's going on with the case management and for these individuals, these families, is working. We also know that there are other people that are not being housed, right? And it's difficult because they come in and out of the system. Actually, counting individuals that leave case management becomes very, very tricky. It's hard to know what's going on with that. So I appreciate people's frustration. I appreciate the fact that we do have an excellent program. I appreciate that it's not enough. We aren't in a place to meet the needs for the people that are interested in the programs. And we'll just keep working on it. I appreciate your effort, Ashley. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Belch.
So, again, thank you for the presentation. And just to echo Councilmember Strong and Beal's points, I think the transition from an overnight program to a 90-day long-term program has seen positive benefits. And yes, that was intentional, and that's a good program. ECHO is not a City of Paso Robles program only. It's a collaboration from multiple agencies. I think it's not designed to be a one-size-fits-all solution. Being unhoused does not have a one-size-fits-all solution. So I think for the breadth that ECHO does solve and fill a niche of that population, thank you for that. And we wish you success in continuing to do that. But it does, the comments do call upon the fact that there's still yet a lot to be done. And it's just something that Ashley, I'm sure, is working on and will bring programs to us in the future to consider. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm Ashley and Wendy, thank you for your presentations. I just want to sort of add on a little more. Before us, we're looking at adding 5 more rooms to the 90-day program, which is going to even improve the statistics more. The number one goal with homelessness is to house homeless people. That is the number one goal, stated by our governor and several other people. And ECHO does that better than anybody in the state of California or in the United States. That's their statistics, very high. And it's really important to separate people who are trying to get back to their lives and people who don't want to do that. And ECHO's job is to organize and keep everybody where they are in the system, but they can't be responsible for the people who want to hang out around the town. That's our responsibility as a city to try to get them to be in a safer place. This program also offers emergency overnight stays in the wintertime when we have bad weather, so that will help in those situations. But what Grace spoke to is there's not going to be any more five nights a room available. That's going to go away. That eliminates a big problem because at the end of the lottery, they all spread out and go into the community and have issues. So as decision makers, we want to take care of everybody, but we also want to listen to our police department, our fire department. Everybody says the best benefit for us is to get people into their homes. The state of California said this is it, number one, and that's what ECHO is doing. And by the way, ECHO raises 50% of their funding from fundraisers. Try to find another nonprofit homeless organization like ECHO that raises their own funds. That doesn't exist. So I do have one question. Do we need to have a motion for the change in the amendment and the money, or just the change in the amendment?
Sure.
For the distribution, you need to receive the report and then direct staff to distribute the payment consistent with the agreement and then approve the third amendment.
Okay, so when you're ready, I'll make the motion.
Yeah, go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, just one more comment. This is actually addressed to the business owners that were commenting about their problems. Police department serves the city. They're city employees like everybody else, and they can operate in any public space, and that's where they do their enforcement. They cannot come on your private property and do anything without your permission. So if you really want them to address the homeless situation on your property, you've got to tell them that you are giving them permission to enter your property for whatever purpose you have in mind. If they haven't received that, they can't legally enter your property. So I just don't know if everybody knows that. So I wanted to make sure that that is known by those who have problems. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'll weigh in a little bit too. Again, when we started this many years ago, my mantra was, I'd love to give somebody a hand up, not a handout. This council stepped up with regarding a partnership with the Echo Foundation. The people who were there were just basically in Tascadero. They wanted to come to Paso Robles to give us a hand, and we put out our hand, brought them forward. Again, this is, in my opinion, the best way to spend tax dollars is to give it to a nonprofit who's experts in these kind of things and who makes success and results with regarding, per dollar spent and the success rate for that dollar. The outstanding leadership I've seen in Wendy Lewis and her caring staff, again, it's just tremendous. I think as a city, they're the best partner we've had in helping to solve this never-ending problem. We're always going to have homeless. Again, since Christ, it's been that way. So we have our amount of people here, but again, the whole idea is to give them a hand up, not a handout. And through Wendy and her staff, I think that's making a difference in our town. And so I totally agree that it's well money spent. It's an idea here that we have another installment in our funding line of help here. I think, again, that's the decision on the board here right now. So looking forward in that direction.
Okay. So would you like a motion? I move that we direct staff well, first of all, I recommend we receive and file the report for the year end and direct staff to distribute payment of $111,000 to Echo.
Second.
And also there's a third amendment to the Echo MOU.
We need an approval of
Separate.
the MOU.
Okay, so we have a motion by Gregory, second by Strong for the item of recommendation. So any discussion? We'll call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
And Ashley, you're an army of one. We really appreciate you being on staff now, and you're doing a good job. Again, appreciate all the help you're doing for the city.
So second motion?
Yeah.
We'd like to recommend we approve the third amendment that was so well delivered by Ashley and her team and written up by our county council or city council to approve the third amendment to the Echo SMOU for years of 25 to 26.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Beal. Discussion? Call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Yeah. Okay, we'll take 15 minutes after, 10-minute break.
Good job, Ashley.
Thank you.
Everybody take their seats. We're going to go ahead and reconvene. All right, we have next up on our agenda, item 2 on discussion items, City Cannabis Regulations Policy Review. Mr. Hood, are you going to tee us up, and then maybe Warren take it?
I'll have a very short comments here, and then I'll turn it over to Warren. Wanted to provide a little bit of framework for the discussion tonight and a little bit of background. So we typically are, as staff, are reviewing the goals that the City Council sets for us as we plan out our work plan for the year. And of course, goals aren't everything that we do, but they are the priorities that staff focuses on. And I just wanted to make a note that in previous years, cannabis regulations was a council goal. For this last 2-year budget cycle, it wasn't. And so effectively since 2022, we really haven't done a lot of work as staff on advancing cannabis policy, again, only because it was not signaled from the council as a goal. With that context, the council did ask for this item to come back. And tonight, this item is focused really on what I would call kind of an overall regulation review, not on any particular operator or on any particular permit. It's really one to get the council back up to speed on where cannabis regulations are at within the city. We do have, I believe, at least one new council member that has not had the benefit of moving through this conversation previously. And then if you recall back in 2022, there's quite a bit of public comment and engagement on this topic. And at the time, the city and the city council made it a priority to ensure that those stakeholders that were interested in this discussion were engaged. And so we wanted to make sure that opportunity was provided as the discussion moves forward here tonight. What's not on the agenda tonight is any immediate action to change any of the existing regulations. What is on the agenda tonight is some potential decision points for the City Council to provide some direction to staff. As Mr. Frace will talk a little bit about, there's an opportunity to clarify delivery regulations as it relates to our municipal code, potentially seeking direction on if the council would like to see broader cannabis regulations than exist today. And if we do go down that road, there'll be a discussion, or I would recommend that we retain some subject matter experts, as we did last time we went down this path. Do we look at revisiting this when we have our next goals discussion in the spring? That's always an option for you, and then that gets prioritized with everything else that the city is looking to accomplish, or do you table the discussion to a future date? Those are all items up for discussion today. So with that, Mr. Fraze is going to run you through a background, a little bit of history of cannabis, both at the state and federal level, as well as within the city, and then end with a few items for consideration this evening. So Mr. Fraze, take it away.
Yes, thank you. Warren Frace, Community Development Director. So we'll start with just this high-level overview. So back before 2015, marijuana/cannabis was an illegal drug in the state of California. In 2015, the state passed the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act that legalized medical marijuana for the first time. Following year, Proposition 64 legalized adult use marijuana, also known as recreational marijuana. The following year, now that we had two kind of rules going simultaneously, the state unified all the cannabis regulations under the Adult Use Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act, and that basically set regulations for cultivation, processing and manufacturing, testing, distribution and sales, and consumption. And what this basically set is a process that then allowed each jurisdiction, whether it's city or county, to allow or prohibit any of these as they see fit. You have to keep in mind, cannabis still remains a Schedule I narcotic under the federal regulations, so these businesses can't interface with the U.S. banking system currently. All right, so at the same time, the city of Paso Robles has adopted a series of different ordinances to kind of correspond to the changes that are happening at the state level. So in 2016, the city adopted an ordinance that did allow medicinal delivery offices. That was the only commercial activity allowed in the city. In 2018, there were some changes where delivery offices had to have a physical location in a commercial space. So we adopted a new ordinance in 2018 that allowed delivery offices to be located with a temporary use permit. Also in 2018, a local proposition, I-18, established maximum cannabis tax rates for businesses that may or may not be allowed in the city. And then in 2019, we updated the ordinance for medicinal delivery offices, so they now required a CUP, that's a planning commission level approval. 2020, we adopted an ordinance that actually set the tax rates that were adopted by the proposition from 2018. In 2022, we did retain a consultant to do some work and some outreach on the cannabis issue. They reported back to the council in July, basically about the possibilities of developing some sort of framework. And we did get direction from the council that you wanted to temporarily allow the existing medicinal delivery offices to also deliver commercial or recreational cannabis. So the following couple months in October, the council adopted a new ordinance and resolution. The ordinance allowed commercial cannabis deliveries by the existing medicinal offices for 1 year. So it was approved in 2022. That provision expired in 2023. So that no longer are they permitted to deliver recreational or commercial cannabis. You also, through the resolution, set a cap of a maximum of 3 medical cannabis delivery offices. Those were identified by name as Dub's Green Garden, Aquamarine, and Kinfolk's Holistics. And here's just an overview of the tax rates that the city's adopted by ordinance. Cultivation, $20 per square foot. Deliveries, 6 cents per gross dollar. Cannabis manufacturing, testing, distribution would be 15 cents per gross dollar. And then cannabis retailers, if they were ever to be permitted, would be taxed at 10 cents per gross dollar. So Ordinance 1072, when you created the CUP requirements for medicinal delivery offices, those were allowed in only 2 specific zones. So these were adopted by ordinance. One of those is the Riverside Corridor. That's the area in purple. Basically runs kind of between the downtown and Highway 101 along the railroad tracks. And then the other is the C3, which is the Service Commercial Zoning District. That's kind of this pink area. This is out on Golden Hill and 46 East. So these are the areas currently where delivery offices could obtain a CUP. Here's the location of those delivery offices. So I'll go back here. You'll see the 2 stars right here. So that all the 3 CUPs exist in this location, which is up on Black Oak Drive. So zooming in, here's Black Oak Drive, 24th Street, 101. The Echo Shelter's right here. So yellow, this is the Dubs building. It has 3 tenant spaces. Originally it had 2 business licenses. One was for Dubs Green Garden. The other was for Aquamarine. The other one, the blue star, is that really old McDonald's building. That's Kinfolk's Holistic. They have never opened or operated, but they also have obtained a CUP in this location. In addition to the permitted zones, there are requirements that no cannabis use be within 600 feet of either a park or school. Those are the green areas. So these red lines are basically buffers. So within these permitted zones, you couldn't operate one of these cannabis uses by because of these buffer setbacks. So that kind of makes the allowable area slightly smaller in the Riverside corridor. And then like across from Barney Schwartz, that'd be another location where it wouldn't be permitted. So here's just a summary of what the city's current policy is. So cultivation is prohibited, processing and manufacturing is prohibited, testing prohibited. When we get down to distribution and sales, medical cannabis delivery is allowed, recreational cannabis delivery is prohibited, storefront retail, kind of brick and mortars, prohibited, consumption, bars, lounges, prohibited. Now, the one thing to keep in mind is that delivery services that are licensed outside the city are allowed to deliver recreational marijuana within the city. So if they operate within the city, they can't do recreational. If they operate from outside but deliver inside, then they can do recreational. Here's just a regional view of what different cities and counties around us allow. So you'll see there's quite a bit of variety. Grover Beach basically allows everything. City of San Luis allows everything but consumption. Paso and Atascadero are very restrictive, only allowing limited distribution. And then some of the county or cities within the neighboring counties are fairly permissive as well. So this just kind of gives you the landscape in terms of what's going on around the city of Paso Robles. So if we got into a process of considering additional allowances or licensing of different cannabis types uses, here's just kind of a list of the types of questions and issues that would have to be resolved as part of that process. So that whole list of all the different types of businesses, you'd have to make decisions on each one of those, whether you're going to allow just retail, just cultivation, just manufacturing, or any combination of that. We still have the issue of medicinal versus recreational, which ones we would allow. Community engagement's always a really important part of adopting these sorts of new rules. The licensing process is really kind of one of the most difficult parts of the process, and this is the discretionary process that the council could adopt that potentially would set numeric caps on how many licenses would be allowed. It might create some sort of vetting and review process for those that do apply for permits. Some cities require certain public benefits in exchange for the licensing, and then there has to be, or usually is, some sort of selection process if there's a limited number of licenses that is somehow determined through some sort of process. Maybe it's merit-based, maybe it's lottery, maybe it's something else, but this is a very significant political process. We also have to figure out land use areas, so where they're allowed. We have current zones that we've identified, but those could be adopted or changed or restricted further. Sensitive buffers, I've shown the parks and school buffers, but there may be additional buffers that the city would want to consider. Zoning requirements would set basically the development standards for businesses, parking, signage, lighting, design standards, that sort of thing. And then permitting approval process, does it require development plans, CUPs, does it go to planning commission? Those are all decisions to be made. How do they operate? What are the security standards, videotaping, lighting, security guards? Those are all decisions to make. And then just how does it fit in with the city's ability to manage those programs, how much staff resources are going to be allocated to it, how it fits in with really all the other competing goals that the city has. So the options, 4 options outlined in your staff report. One is to take no action, just leave the rules as is. Option 2 would be to direct staff to return with an updated cannabis ordinance that would allow existing medical cannabis delivery businesses to also deliver adult cannabis on a permanent basis. That would be basically going back to what the rule was at the end of 2022-23. Number 3 would direct staff to return with a framework and community outreach plan for the furtherance of potentially authorizing cannabis retail storefronts within the city. It could also include some of the other cannabis business functions as well. And then fourth would be just to provide alternative direction to staff. Staff's recommendation is option 2, which is to come back with an update to the ordinance, basically to rewind the rules back to where they were in 2002, 2003, where the 3 existing cannabis delivery offices could also deliver adult cannabis. So that concludes staff's report. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Warren. Start with left side.
Great, thank you. Thank you. That was helpful. So I think the timeline is so important because there was so much work that went in to moving down a path of how cannabis could fit into the city. What happened in 2022, 2023? Sorry, was that the wrong question?
Quiet, guys. Go ahead.
Like it was part of the goals. Staff was working on it. Planning Commission made a recommendation. It was coming back to council. What happened?
So I think there was a lot of other competing priorities at the city that were happening at the same time. And this one, I think, dropped on the priority list. And then when we came back for council goal setting in the budget cycle, it didn't get addressed or didn't get included in the city priorities. So at that point, it wasn't identified any longer as a priority for staff to pursue.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we might come back, but.
Okay.
Brett?
Yes. Now, it does option 2, and it says to allow delivery business to deliver adult use cannabis. Does it allow us to define what adult use cannabis can or cannot be delivered? So could we restrict the delivery of certain vaping items, for instance?
Yeah, I'm not aware that that's something cities do. It's either allowed or not allowed.
Thank you.
Okay. Chris Bausch.
A tiny bit of C3 zoning up at the corner. It looks like, I'm guessing here, 36th, 37th Street.
Where are you seeing that?
On the top left corner, almost the very top of the map. It would be upstream from the 2 locations right now. Just a little bit of pink. I'm guessing that's commercial light industrial.
Yeah, that's probably a mapping error is my guess. Okay. I'm not sure why that shows up, but that.
I've never seen that before.
You know what? You're right. That is a C3 zone. That's right going out of town on Niblick or on the Nacimiento Road. So, yep, that would be included.
Okay, so someone could, I'm not sure if that's precluded by the former Georgia Brown campus. But if you could get back to us on that.
That's out 24th Street there.
Yeah, it's right there. It doesn't look like it's buffered out. So, yep, it would be potentially you could have a delivery office there today under the current rules.
All right. How are the outside delivery, people that are currently delivering from outside, how are they taxed?
They're required, if you're doing business within the city limits, you need to obtain a business license, business tax certificate, and you are required then to file taxes based on city ordinance. What that collection process is, I don't have that information.
Okay. I mean, we don't have a dollar amount then of what's being collected?
Ryan Cornell may have some additional information.
Hey, Ryan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. Actually, in the staff report under the fiscal impact sections, I did include what the city actually has received collected over the last 5 years, as well as some neighboring agencies. We're in the neighborhood of right around $60,000. I'm looking it up right now, but
for 5 years
per year.
Per year. Okay. Do you think that's under collected?
It's likely because it is an honor base where they submit a tax return and similar to the transient occupancy tax.
So that would be something for staff to look at if we could figure out if that could be improved.
So if you don't mind it to be more specific, in fiscal year 23, it was about $30,000. In fiscal year 24, it was $66,000. And for this last fiscal year, it's $70,000.
So either that proves that there's not a whole lot of interest in delivery, or if the estimates of millions of dollars to be collected in tax, we're under collecting quite a bit. We need to improve that rate. Is Aquamarine still around?
They're not operating. They currently do hold a CUP. We understand there is some sort of issue between them and their landlord right now.
Okay. So that would be another thing I'd like to look at is if they're not being used, can we offer them to someone else that might put them to more beneficial use? And I think we'll come back and we'll discuss new policies later, right?
Yes, we're coming back. It's just questions of staff. Steve, Gregory?
So Warren, I just had one quick question on the boundaries right around 46 and 101. There's a red boundary line that seems to go right into the Riverside corridor up north of 46 right there, yeah.
That's the Oak Park playgrounds.
Oh, that is. Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Warren, my question is something that bothered me quite a while is that we do have a lot of people coming into our city delivering. But do they have to have a business license to come in?
Yeah, anybody doing business within the city is required to have a business license.
Okay. And the way it's written right now, our current designees who have licenses and CUPs in our city are not allowed to deliver recreational marijuana.
Correct.
And that is one of the options here to talk about tonight.
Correct.
Okay. I just don't quite get the fact that, other dealers can do the same thing that our folks can't. And that's just by ordinance, that's the way we designed it, essentially.
That's just the way our ordinance is written today.
I think. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, sure, Steve, go ahead.
So Warren, when we approved the ordinance in October of 22, what was the purpose of allowing delivery of recreational cannabis for a year?
Well, I think the council was concerned at the time that the outside operators had an advantage over the local operators. So I believe the council wanted to reconcile that, which is our recommendation to return back to that standard.
Okay. That's what I thought. Thank you.
And I think that's why we brought it back up to council level to discuss that. So, all right, we'll go ahead and open up the public comment. Anyone wishing to address this item, please come forward.
For 2 minutes, please.
No.
Yeah, if I could have 3.5, that would be great.
Yeah, 3's good to go.
It's ironic this has come up tonight, particularly after the echo. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name's Cliff Branch. I'm a fifth-generation Californian. Lived on the Central Coast for about 60 years. I'm an entrepreneur and a developer. I build commercial buildings and own commercial buildings in several cities. My staff, we manage about 50 different variety of businesses, national businesses, local, regional businesses. And over the decades, I've worked with the city on this issue. Personally, I don't use cannabis. I am not in the cannabis business, nor do I have any involvement in their cannabis business. But the Hall family, who is adjacent on the property line, has been a tenant of mine in Arroyo Grande area, out in Morro Bay, and in Paso Robles. So I got to know the family, and they've been excellent tenants, very good people. And so I've had a first-hand view of this for 10 years. So I don't want to ramble. I wrote this down. I'm not going to go over things that Mr. Frace did. I hope you'll bear with me. Maybe it'll take 3.5 minutes. So I'm going to be a little bit more candid about a little bit. The saga began, in 2016. The recreational Prop 15 and 64, it's years and years ago. And as you know, there's a lot of marijuana use in your city, and there are 24/7, 365 people delivering here. You don't know they even come and go, but we do know that. And so the Halls were the first legal cannabis dealer in the county 10 years ago, 2014, one of the first. They grew up here. Their family grew up here. So they had an occupancy permit. But the city, said there was a law back 10 years ago that said, oh, you got to be in a commercial district. So they contacted me, and I owned a building on Park and 14th. And so the city said, yep, you can go in there. And they went in there and they did about $35,000 or $40,000 worth of improvements, opened up a beautiful storefront. Right around the corner was a store that sold crack pipes and all kinds of paraphernalia for drugs, and a dive bar and a drugstore and another dive bar and a place that sold sex toys. But a staff member told me, because I was doing a development in the city, that, those people went in your building, well, we don't really want them to face the marijuana in Paso, and it really upset me. And you're going to get a letter, Mr. Branch. And so I got a letter. And the letter said that there's a new ordinance. And the new ordinance said that the image of their offices didn't meet the image the city wanted in that area. Can I keep going for a minute?
You can summarize, Cliff. Go ahead.
Oh, my God. Okay, so you forced them to move. The city forced them to move, and then had to go out in 30 days. And you said, you got to go over to this district, okay? And so they did. And then they bought an old derelict building and spent $100,000. Then the city and CEQA and Haslo ignored Haslo and Echo, who I think are great things, but they ignored all the CEQA laws. And the city facilitated that, and the facility worked. They didn't notify any of the neighbors. They read about it in the newspaper. Within 100 feet of their building, Motel 6 was going to do a homeless center. I've worked with Becky Ferguson or Jorgensen for years. I know about the homeless situation for 20 years. So there's a bar, a casino, and a marijuana delivery service, and you're going to open up a home. What could go wrong? Everything went wrong. So I met with the city leaders and Haslo and Echo, and they promised, well, Mr. Branch, I'm sorry we didn't inform you or anybody around there. We're going to do this, but gee, our budget, and we got $12 million to buy the hotel, and it was funding, and we had to do it quick, and we ignored. We didn't notify anybody. Read about it in the newspaper. So then what happens is they didn't have any money for security, and the halls have been beaten up and robbed, and their business and the building they own has been broken into, and the city kind of was like, oh yeah, we're sorry. Okay, and they did call the police. And the police said, oh, we're going to put up cameras. Well, they were decoy cameras. So then when their place was broken into, oh, God, we don't have any video. I could go on. And so basically the city is acquiesced to a situation where this family is going to go out of business. All they want to do is get a damn permit. They've been trying to have people come in, old people buy medical marijuana. They want a safe place to come. They want to know, they want to get information about it. You can get online, you can get a prescription for medical marijuana. Old people like me want it for pain and all kinds of stuff. They want advice. They want to go into a retail thing, and they want to know it's not laced with fentanyl. Okay? So I'm hoping, I'm got a wave here. If I sound a little emotional and irritated, I am. I don't have any dog in this hunt. I just don't like to see how this family has been treated for the last 10 years. And I've been up close and personal on it, and it upsets me as a citizen. So here's the thing. If you permit it, they can afford to have security that the city doesn't provide, because one of the requirements for a dispensary, a medical marijuana dispensary, is they have security guards. And the parking lot that is 50 feet from their building and 50 feet from the Motel 6, that would help the situation, and they'll have the budget to do it. Okay,
Thank you, Cliff.
So I'm hoping that you will figure out a way, because you haven't done anything for years, and particularly in the last 2 years, kick the can down the road, give this family a permit to have medical marijuana delivery like all the other cities, and get with the program. I hope you do the right thing.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Hammond, my name's Jay Pete. Mayor Hammond, I want to thank you for asking for this topic to be put on the agenda. Thank you, Chris, for putting on the agenda, and the council members for being here. The cannabis retail business has been proven in our county. Grover Beach, Arroyo Grande, not Arroyo Grande, but Grover Beach, San Luis, Morro Bay, all have shops, and they don't have rampant crime or problems with it. What Warren didn't mention was the Department of Justice has proposed that marijuana or cannabis be deregulated to a Category 1 narcotic, which is paramount to aspirin. So the world is changing around the concepts of cannabis. Let's talk about safety as being job one. Safety, medical or a retail shop it's a tested, regulated product, as Cliff had mentioned. It is tracked, unlike the stuff that's being sold on the street that's laced with fentanyl, herbicides, pesticides, insecticides, things that cause harm to people. If you have a retail shop where people can show up, it's adult only. IDs are checked. There's security to make sure that people of age aren't buying these products. It reduces illegal sales and therefore the crime that's associated with it. It provides controlled, transparent, and in an environment that's safe. Like Cliff had mentioned, the average consumer is between the ages of 45 and 75. They don't want to go to an alley or in a parking lot to try and find somebody to help with their rheumatoid arthritis or to negate their cancer treatment side effects. It has a significant boost to the economy. Not only, like San Luis was projecting $4 million in revenue from cannabis sales last year, they missed the mark. They only made $3.9 million. What could the city do with that money? Fund the police, the fire department, parks, help with the homeless situation. All of these things can be generated by revenue that you're allowing to go outside your city by other people delivering to the Paso Robles area. And it's happening. The reason why there's a disparity between what you're seeing in tax revenue and what is actually being sold is because they're not registering. They're not registering a business license here in Paso Robles. Additionally, you've got revenue that's created in the form of paychecks. You've got employees, bud tenders. Yes, that's what they're called. Bud tenders working in the store, security, you've got management, you've got quality control. All those paychecks are going back into your community to help. They're buying food at grocery stores, paying rents, going to restaurants. So all of that is a huge economic boon to the community. It keeps money in the city. It's, again, transparent, it's safe and responsible. Like I'd mentioned, 45 to 75-year-olds are the ones that are consuming these products. And when you guys consider a selection process, I highly suggest you consider those that have been doing business in your community for the past decade, that have been operating above board, trying to get permitted to operate legally and productively as a member of your community. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jason. Anyone else? Welcome.
Hello, my name's Sean Bean. I'm actually one of the people that hold a business license in Paso Robles, but don't have a physical structure here. And honestly, those numbers that he said on the quarterly tax and the yearly tax, I think I've paid all that. Like literally all that. You guys should definitely get on getting some of these other operators, because I just got on a website called Weed Maps, and then and I saw who was delivering up here, and then I looked at business licenses, and I was having a little trouble kind of connecting those dots. So that's something you should definitely pay attention to. Even though these people are my direct competitors, I want to make some points right now that restricting them to medical only it's not a viable business. It's just really not a viable business, because let me tell you what the customer has to be like in order to be able to buy something at their shop. So they either have to be willing to, tell their medical issues to a doctor on Zoom, and who knows what city, country those people are in. They get some sort of kind of fake online medical recommendation, or they have to go to the public health department, go through an insane rigmarole to get that, to only just save taxes. The products really aren't different on the medical side or on the recreational side. The medical side, you can a little higher dosed edibles and things like that, but it really doesn't move the needle. So just want to show them some support, and medical only is kind of a nail in the coffin. And this is coming from somebody that does almost 100 retail deliveries a day in the city of Paso, and has for years and years and years. I've been operating since 2015 in Los Osos, Oceano, now Napomo, but I've delivered to Paso the whole time. The state actually dictates that local municipalities cannot restrict delivery. So your ordinance is not structured necessarily different than other places. It's just the state kind of trumps you guys and allows us to deliver. So, you know, you didn't like structure it necessarily to hurt somebody. It's just that's kind of how the cards fell, I feel. Let's see a few other notes I took during this. We don't deliver 24/7. There's pretty strict rules on the times that you can deliver. My municipality watches my cameras and my hardwired GPS in the vehicles and make sure that my drivers have returned to home base on time. You can't restrict, I'm sorry, Mr. Strong, you can't restrict selling certain products. It's kind of an all or nothing situation when you do adult use. And I think you should have a merit-based system. So if you know, it kind of seems like storefronts maybe are kind of a long way away. Maybe you get the first step by allowing some recreational delivery, but you need to do a merit-based system. That's what I've seen work. I hold license in Sacramento, Santa Barbara County, SLO County, and Kern County. Merit-based systems are the way to go, and give local operators a chance. So give them a few extra points in the merit-based system. Thanks.
Thank you, Sean.
One other thing I want to say. If you really want to collect taxes, the way is not to do it with delivery. The way is to do it with storefronts. That's why SLO almost hit 4 million. And if you look at other areas that only have delivery, I don't know if it's dicey to collect it or what happens. Also, if you have a delivery license in Paso, but you do delivery in Atascadero, you don't get that business tax. Atascadero does. So that's why storefronts are more profitable.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome.
Hello, my name is Daniel McGillicuddy, and I'm a local small business owner, and I have nothing really to do with them. I don't own anything, but I'm just coming out to say that these guys have been working really hard, and they've been here for nigh on 12, 15 years, and they've been a local business. I have been born and raised here, lived in Paso. I was born in Twin Cities when there was nothing there, you know. I was there, my parents saw the first fire in Templeton, right? So these people have worked so hard, and it's really discouraging to see how much they have been put upon for no real reason besides from what I've seen as somebody who's been here for 35 years now is it almost part of it seems like the wine industry also is calling your guy, is talking to you. Because the more and more, I see vineyards all the time, all that. There's new storefronts for wine every day, but we can't get a storefront for something like this. And it doesn't seem super fair. So that's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you, Michael. Welcome, Grace.
Hi, I'm going to read today from my notes. Good evening, Council. My name is Grace Hall. I'm the proud owner of Dub's Green Garden. My business is based out of Paso and has been in operation for over 13 years. I have operated out of the building I own on Black Oak Drive for 7 years. Just to clear up any confusion, our cannabis business moved to the Black Oak location in 2018. This was 3 years before Echo moved next door to us. I am also the only cannabis business delivery service that is based out of and in active operation in Paso. The first time I spoke at public comment was August 6, 2014. The late Mayor Martin, who was on the council at the time, along with Mayor Hammond, Mr. Gregory, and Mr. Strong, were in the process of banning medical cannabis delivery in town. At that time, we operated under Prop 215, the Compassionate Use Act. It allowed us to provide the public with safe access to medical marijuana. Instead of the council banning it, we instead left with the ability to apply for a business license to deliver medical marijuana. Dub's Green Garden was the first to receive a Paso cannabis delivery business license in 2014. After Prop 64 passed and the state began issuing licenses, we were the first cannabis business in San Luis Obispo County to hold a cannabis license. We are license number 16 in the state of California. We are a small family business that has worked extremely hard to get where we're at today. Our building is a little over 3,000 square feet, and it has 3 legal units. It took our life savings to purchase and also remodel this building. When we purchased it, it had been abandoned and was in horrible condition. This is the only building with the CUP in Paso that allows for 3 different cannabis deliveries to operate out of each unit. I believe Paso is being fiscally irresponsible and not allowing us to open our doors to the public. The amount of tax revenue that we could bring in that could be applied to the Black Oak area would make significant impacts. Why won't the city allow our business to progress? Our building is a waste of space. Anyone who has ever toured it knows it's a storefront location, and it was built out to be a future storefront location. We have a vested interest in Paso. We've owned our home in Paso for over 30 years. We've owned our commercial property that we run our business out of. Our 4 children were born and raised here, and we are not going anywhere. Dub's Green Garden isn't going anywhere. 2 weeks ago, the council approved to open up a wine tasting venue across from Flamson, and was told they should be allowed to proceed because they have property rights, and if in the right zoning, then it should be allowed to open. Why are we always held to a different standard than others? I'm a small minority-owned business in this town, and I too have property rights, and I'm in the correct zoning. And the other thing I wanted to mention was there's not three licenses in town, okay? I'm permitted, my CUP houses, my building, I have a CUP on it that I can house 3 delivery services, okay? I'm in active operation. Send it, which I had informed the city back in November. He passed away. He's not here anymore. And I also let the city know in April that everything had been moved out of his unit. He is not here anymore. So I don't understand why his license was renewed with the state of California, the Cannabis Bureau, and he's not around anymore. So I wish that could be something that would be cleared up. And the people across the street, Kinfolk, they've never opened a day. So I feel it's very unfair that we have one license that's held up with somebody who passed away in November and another license that could potentially go to somebody they've never used it, which is not bringing any tax revenue into the city.
All right. Thank you, Grace. Anyone else? Gary, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm Gary, still reside at 811 Sneed Street, Paso. I would just say that, I would go to SLO, to the dispensary there. The dispensary there is very, very nice, has a big wide store, and everything. I don't like driving to SLO to buy my medicinal weed. I'd rather be here in my own town and allowing somebody to deliver it to me. Or if they can't deliver, I will go to their building and purchase it, and my money will go to your taxes and go to your city to help rejuvenate. I'm saying that because I'm just one person. This is a multi-billion-dollar industry. It's been around a long time. The sad thing is that we're not taking enough awareness of what's really going on. And it's like a power struggle here in Paso to have a business, to set up, to do anything. You get the okay to go ahead and put up a business, and then all of a sudden 2 weeks later, hey, you can't set up shop. Why? Who knows why? Maybe somebody here's got an agenda. I don't know. Political, whatever. Who cares? But the man, the business, if he has his business, it would make my life a lot easier, because then I don't have to drive down to SLO and pay the taxes there or purchase there. I'd rather be able to be here in Paso to do that. It makes more sense for my dollars to be here in the city versus going down to SLO and buying it there. I think if you ever gone to a dispensary, have any of you gone to a dispensary? You have? What was it like? Nice. Very professional. And that's all he wants to do. He wants to set up a professional business for people that have medical problems. Maybe you have a recreational problem. But the thing is don't take that away from him. He's already done all his, everything you can think of to get his position to be able to open up. This guy here has been living here for a long time, and he's got a good sense of business. He's got, good staff and everything. The building that he has, I've actually walked in and seen it, and it's nice. I would say that if he was to set it up just like the one in Slow, this town would prosper.
Yeah, summarize, Gary. We got to finish it.
You would make big money.
No.
Okay? Big money.
That's the
you guys
bottom line.
talk about problems, not having money for this and that. There's your man.
Thank you,
He
sir.
will be able to put that money right there in front of you and say, here, take a little and make it happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gina, welcome.
Oh, good evening, Mayor Hammond and council members. I apologize, I'm going to read this evening, but on behalf of the Paso Wilson Templeton Chamber of Commerce, I'm speaking in support of allowing existing licensed medical use cannabis delivery businesses to expand services to include non-medical or adult use delivery within the city. While we may all have differing personal views about marijuana use, the fact remains that non-medical cannabis deliveries are already happening in our community through businesses licensed by the state of California. By not allowing our existing locally licensed operators to participate, we are leaving valuable tax revenue and economic activity on the table. Approving this transition presents a clear opportunity to support local business, foster economic development, and capture revenue that is currently benefiting outside operators and communities rather than our own community. Specifically, approval will create a level playing field for our local businesses, encourage entrepreneurship and responsible business growth, and keep tax dollars and economic activity here in our city. At the same time, we strongly encourage the inclusion of reasonable checks and balances to ensure delivery services remain safe, legal, and compliant, particularly with regard to preventing sales to minors. Doing so will reinforce public trust while allowing local businesses to thrive. We believe this is a pragmatic, pro-business decision that supports both economic vitality and responsible oversight. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon, welcome.
This is a tough one. I don't know the Halls. I think the first time I met Mr. Hall was just out in the hall. And I don't utilize marijuana. Tough problem with kids. Supposedly have medical marijuana cards. Where they get them, I don't know. But then I have to, common sense kind of takes over. And to allow one person to do business in our town while hamstringing another person who lives within our town doesn't make sense. If you're going to have a rule for one, you have a rule for all. And you take care of the people in your town. It's not about the money for me. If we benefit, fine and dandy, but that's not it. It's what's right. Evidently, this gentleman knows about an app where you can check to see who's selling what here locally. We ought to be able to find the tax base there a lot better than even Airbnbs that we can't figure out whether they are actually paying TOT or not. It's a tough call for me, like I said, but it really just comes down to common sense. If you're going to allow people to come into this town to sell marijuana at any basis, we ought to be able to allow the people here to do it.
Good, thank you. Anyone else? Francisco.
Mayor, City Council, Francisco Ramirez. I too, I've known them. I actually grew up with the Hall and his wife here. You know, they're a long time Paso Robles residents. And to hear of the struggles that they've been having over this business, and that the city has not been able to accommodate the rest of our citizens here to go outside to another city, to another location, to get something that they can't get here, even though we do have a business, but they can't go to that storefront. And you know, that's like I said earlier on the other subject. I think we should keep it local and support local. And this family, this business is a local business, is a local family. And I think that you guys should definitely change the rules and structures that you have upon you and go with this, what the staff is saying, and do the option 2 and show this business, allow it to thrive, and give our rest of the citizens also that option of staying here, going here to a clean, professional, and safe place location to get something that they don't need to go to another city and get. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else in the audience? Murray? Cal? Sure.
Other than Paso Basin water, this is my other full-time hobby, which is cultivation. So I've been a member of the Templeton Area Advisory Group since 2016 and been involved with looking at cannabis projects since 2018 because they get referred to us in our areas. And my main issue, it doesn't have to do with delivery or any of that. It's more on cultivation. And I don't think within the city here there's going to be much opportunity for cultivation. But the other issue I have is, well, for one is I feel like you guys are really kind of late to the party now. I noticed earlier that you know, you did a lot of work up till 2022, but not much since. So I think you have a lot of homework to do because the industry between 2022 and now has changed drastically. And I'm talking about financially. I've got some stuff here I'm going to give to you, but for example, and I like to use Santa Barbara County, which I understand is massive compared to Paso City, but you know, Santa Barbara County was like the second highest producing cannabis outfit in California for a long time. I don't even know where the hell it is now. But anyway, the grand jury down there just came out with a new report on tax revenue and expenditures down there. So once it got going in 2018, actually 2019, 20, and 2021, they were collecting $12 to $15 million a year in those 2 fiscal years. All of a sudden in 22, it dropped down to $88,700,000, almost 50%. And from there, it dropped down again from 6 to 5.7 million. And last year it was 5.4 million. And also what they've done is they've looked at their actual expenditures for handling all of this business by the county, ongoing and one-time expenditures. And what they found is that starting in 2022, they started losing money. And in the final year of this, they've lost almost $4 million. And so when I say you're late to the party, I'm saying that what you're doing now is you want to open up cannabis and the whole market has gone to hell. You know, cannabis used to be selling for $1,200, $1,500 a pound or whatever, and now it's down to $200. And also, my other concern is retail stores. There's all kinds of studies, and I've given you some information here that has determined that by opening retail stores, the use by minors has increased in those areas by 15 to 20%. And when you read some of these studies about the health risks for minors and young adults, it's very alarming. Okay. So I think you guys need to take a look at some of this and do a lot of your homework before you decide exactly where you're going with it.
Thank you, Murray. Anyone else in the audience? Okay, anyone online?
Yes, sir. First, we have Randall Thomas.
Okay. Rambo, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Yes. Hey, thank you for letting me speak. I've listened to some of the stuff that was said today, and like the other gentleman said, I 1,000% believe it's grossly underreported at 30, 60, and 70 $1,000. That's what other cities are getting per delivery, and they have upwards of 10 companies in town. So in the last 5 years, I've seen about 13 to 15 different companies in town daily. And with the increase of the excise tax, the black market is now booming. My daughter informed me that illegal dealers are on social media daily, marketing to the kids. So having a safe place that has cameras, they check their IDs, security there. Products are all lab tested and track and trace system. It's called Metric. Is something that it's seed to sale. So everything is tracked, everything is moved. It's 1,000% taxable. There's 2 dispensaries in SLO that had 3.9. If you have one here, you can definitely hit at least 2.5 because you got Heritage Ranch, San Miguel, Shandon, Paso, Atascadero, Templeton. All those areas will definitely come here to Paso. I'm in favor of the halls moving forward. They put in the work. They've proven to be honest and dependable. Started in 2012. I've witnessed it through the whole time period. So I think you guys missed so much money by not tracking the people coming into town. There's only 5 on Weed Maps right now. So if the one gentleman there is the one guy, he's probably right. He's paid all those taxes himself, which is way unfair. So having the brick and mortar that you can monitor traffic, you can monitor everything, is the way to go.
Right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rambo. Melissa, anyone else?
Yes, next is Linda George.
Randall?
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. This conversation I've listened. Hi, 3126 Spring Street. This conversation I'm listening to just proves to me one thing that Warren, by the way to shut me up. Great report. Chris, Bill, I emailed you the last meeting. I'm surprised you didn't do anything or watch it or anything. But here's what's not working in Paso and our ordinances, and I don't see it in our ordinances yet, is regulation. Who regulates in the city? Because there are so many things. The gentleman just said there's 13 or how many coming in, but there's only $60,000 of taxes. And one guy says, oh, I paid all that. Well, that's good and dandy. I am not against cannabis. I'm not against storefronts. It is what the California wanted. The voters want it. It's what Paso wants. That's okay. But this city has proven for the last 3 years there is no regulation. So those taxes should have been paid 3 years ago. There should have been no point in any business with a drug. Everybody is speaking like this is a candy bar. It's unbelievable how fast and loose everybody is. Oh, well, the kids won't get it here if we open a store. My contention has and always has been, I don't care who owns does. But the first people who open a retail store, because we're the second largest city in the county, eventually it's going to happen. It should be a reputable company. It should be exactly what Warren wrote in there, a bid process, a selection process. But I ask tonight, who is going to regulate? If you pass, I don't care what you pass, it looks like you're going to give the halls their non-cannabis or adult use. That's whatever that is. But who in this city is going to make sure they deliver right, give the right receipts, pay their taxes? Because what I've seen so far in the new ordinance is that only the administrative aspect, which I think would be Ryan, is if they pull their taxes, that he can cut them off. I haven't read it all because I signed off on this topic. I'm actually working on food regulations, and I said that to Warren last week. But my concern is you guys don't know how to regulate the one business we have. And you allow 12 come in here. Sure, it's unfair to the one, no matter who it is. But you guys have no understanding. There's no expert in this city that can maintain a marijuana type regulation. And my question, I want an answer this time. Who is the regulation to make sure they're delivering and they're delivering correctly, giving the correct receipt? Is it Chief Nord? Is it Ryan? Who is going to do that? And then when a citizen has a problem and you guys continue to turn a deaf ear to us, who do we get our answers from? Because that's why there are citizens here, unilateral, that I'm speaking up for. I don't care. I'm speaking up for them. When are you guys going to take care of what you have? If you can't take care of that one little business over there where all the homeless are smoking bong hits, during my campaign, cops said it's okay. We can smoke weed out here. I doubt that's true, but it is okay over there in that corner. And that is exactly what's going to happen when we lose all those other beds and the riverbed gets bigger and all that other stuff. I find tonight a really huge disappointment. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Do we have anyone else online?
Yes, next is Andrew.
Jan, can you hear us?
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I just wanted to speak in favor of the halls opening their new potential spots over in North Paso. I forget the exact name of the road. I've known the halls for a couple of years now. Really nice people. And by listening in tonight, I found out that they're even cooler than I thought because of how long that they've been fighting for all this. As they had mentioned themselves, that they're locals and they raised kids here, and they've stuck around to fight for something that, in my view, is in favor of the city as a whole because of the taxes that would come from this. I mean, if we look around, I mean, it's very clear to probably everybody that we rely heavily on tourism. The wine industry is huge here, and I've seen downtown Paso really blossom over the last couple of years, and part of that's thanks to the taxes and all the money that flows through this place. And in my view, medical and recreational marijuana is another way to sort of channel that. I've heard concerns from people discussing like how it would be regulated. I don't know how it wouldn't be. I'm no expert on that, of course, but I imagine that shopping through a store, and paying taxes and that sort of thing, it's a much safer way to go and purchase something like marijuana than buying it off the street or something like it used to be. In my opinion, this is safer and it's better for the economy. That's all I've got. I just wanted to share my take on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, next is Jeff Carr.
Okay. Jeff, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Thanks. First off, I'm highly advocate you going back to the staff and telling them to bring back ordinances for a storefront location. This delivery thing, you've been dragging your feet on this for years. I mean, the fact that we're even talking about just delivery is really kind of silly. Other cities have been operating storefronts successfully, safely, with no problems at all. People would prefer a storefront. Children aren't buying at storefronts. I'm shame on the chamber talking about very selectively choosing their words to mention only deliveries. Come on, let's support the businesses in this town, and the storefront is what's needed here if they're going to make any kind of profit on this business. It will probably hurt the delivery in general, and that's not bad because most of the delivery money is coming from outside, and they're unlicensed. The biggest problem the city has is their licensing. They aren't licensing these businesses. They're not enforcing the licenses on these businesses because it's probably impossible to do. The storefront will take away a lot of that problem. And I mean, I see no problem with a storefront. I don't know if it's the halls or somebody else, but allow 3 licensees if that's what you want, but let's open it up to storefronts. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No, sir, that was it.
That's it? Okay. Bring it back then to council for further discussion and our direction. Councilman Strong.
Well, Mr. Mayor, actually, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Well, let's have some discussion first.
Well, my discussion would be everything that's been said makes sense. Now, our recommendation, I think, is only half there. I think we should have a combination of option 2 and 3. And if you combine 2 and 3, you'll be addressing everything that was talked about tonight.
So 3 is to direct staff to return with framework community outreach plan, furthers, and potentially authorizing cannabis retail storefronts
within the city.
Yeah.
So, in other words, go back to the existing ordinance, the previous ordinance immediately, and then proceed with the process to get the storefront as well. At least look at it.
Okay.
Come back with a way to look at it and make that final decision.
All right.
And because we can't do it tonight, that's not what's on the agenda.
Not at all.
So,
Councilman Beal?
Yeah, I actually agree with that because there's been so much work moving in the direction of some sort of zoning and ordinance around storefronts. I think at a minimum, we need to be coming back with an ordinance to add adult use to delivery, but also sort of respecting all of the work that the city did, the prior goals, the kind of the outreach that happened that was very strongly in support of storefront. We have a good consultant that we've been working with. And I think there are some issues that I can't get my head around. So one is like this permit issue, how we can have 3 permits, but only 1 that is operating. I just don't understand how you can sort of permanently hold hostage a permit if you're not using it. So I'd be curious what other places are doing around that. And then also this issue of enforcement in terms of delivery happening within the town for people that perhaps aren't licensed here. So, but I also support Fred's idea of combining the 2.
Fred, you want to continue?
Just real quick, just to add that actually I did visit the store in Morro Bay, and I saw how much security they had, and just how much vetting, and so not only security for the people coming in, and who keeping the people out that don't belong, but also security for the money and for the product. And it can be done sensibly. So that's what I would like to see.
All right. Councilmember Belch.
Thank you. I think that's a good point. The industry has evolved quite a bit even since 22, both in terms of what the retail public expects. A couple things that my takeaway from comments tonight. I'm sort of moving in the direction, but I'm not ready to support retail cannabis storefronts. I think the staff recommendation to go part way and explore delivery deserves some consideration. I'd like to see more staff recommendation. A couple of things that I am concerned about. If you don't pay your taxes, you shouldn't be in business. Pay your taxes, all of your taxes, not just the cannabis tax. And if you can't do that, I think you lose your license. I think it's incumbent upon the city to make sure that that happens. I think one of our first steps is trying to come up with a way to track down. I'd love to meet with you and figure out how to make that happen. It's not my job to track them down, but I'm always open to learn new things. We need more players. I think, if I understand the situation correctly, we've actually lost our original 3 licensees. We've lost Aquamarine. I don't think Molinex is operating at all, and Dub's Green Garden has morphed into Dub's. So how did that happen? Excuse me, just a minute. Thank you. We need to go back and we need to make sure that everything is on the up and up and a level playing field. Another question that came up is how do we monitor hotel delivery? And maybe there's an easy way to do that. But I would like to figure that or learn more about that from staff. I'd like to hear more about researching how other cities have looked at the merit-based program, and if that makes sense for Paso Robles. The part that concerns me, and I'll kind of close for now with this, is that we've looked at how much promise cannabis offered a few years ago. And now we look at what's happening in states like Colorado, where they've had to lower the tax that they collect to keep these cannabis dealers in business. In some cases, states, cities are now subsidizing their cannabis businesses. Why in the world would you subsidize a business? If it fails, get rid of it. I think we need more competition. And that sounds really strange for me to say we need more competition in the cannabis business. But I think if we're going to do it, then the healthy will survive. And it'll be, hopefully, if we're going to do this, it'll be a prosperous business. That's what I'll say for now.
Okay, thank you. Pro Tem Greger?
Yeah. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the Halls for working so hard on what you do. I'm going to agree with Beal and Strong on this one. I think one of the things that are important to me on directing staff is to let them get in, kind of in its two-phase, let them get to delivering the adult use cannabis right away so we don't at least start getting rid of the competition. The second part of that, I think it's really important for the city to take. We heard testimony from somebody tonight who's a professional. He delivers to 5 cities in the county. And his recommendation is to go with retail. And the reason why is you control your product, you control your environment, and you protect the people who are buying the product. That's my biggest concern. I'm a family member with lots of addiction, and a lot of the addiction starts with cannabis. And I want to try to help prevent that. But at the same time, I think it's really important for us to open our eyes and see what's available. And when you have a professional delivery service that's a competitor to the Halls recommending that we go retail, it says a lot to me because it protects the process. Easy to regulate, easy to protect. And you don't have to try to regulate all these companies coming into our town and delivering cannabis with no regulation. We can't do it. We don't have enough police force and cameras in the world to do that. But if you have a retail store, it's easier, much more controllable. And I wasn't really in favor of retail, but after listening and thinking about this, we need to do something. And if we just allow delivery, it's not enough. We're going to continue to let the market get penetrated by competitors not paying their taxes. And I know you pay. Thank you. But I think it's really important for us to protect that. And most importantly is to protect the individuals that are using the retail space. I have a lot of friends that are over 45. I won't say how old I am, but no, I'm just kidding. But I don't go, but so many people, and most of them are military, retired military. I got a call from, I hope he doesn't mind me saying anything, but Leo Castillo saying how important it is to him. I met Leo Castillo helping kids get off of drugs, and he had a program when he was up at Camp Roberts. And when he called me, I kind of said, what are you talking about? So I told him what my concern was, because I understand your concern and I honor that. But we also have to, as a community, learn how to control what it is we're doing. And if you can't control the deliveries, then you compete with them by having a retail or more than one. I just think and the other caveat I want to say is that I think we should help, once we come up with something, whatever it is, help the Halls get ahead so they can move into the business. They've been doing this for 10 years, and it's a time that we help them as best as we can. So that's my commentary.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, I'll weigh in again. I'm all about fairness and competition that's equal. And having folks come into our town, illegally, so to speak, with selling their products, with not following the rules, really irks me a lot, no matter what it is. And this happens to be narcotics, but even still, and as a council, if we can prevent that kind of level of infringement on our locals, that's what it's about. I think that's really important. That's what we need to kind of also focus on too. But with regard to, just the actual use of marijuana, the whole industry, of course, has evolved over the years. And my first exposure was at Cal Poly, 50 years ago, with, kids smoking it next door, and you get that drift, and you go, what the heck is that smell? But nowadays, there's a lot of other good properties. Again, the medical part of it is, I think, very important. I fully support the capability of this drug to be able to help people. I'm still having a problem with, recreational, although our survey that we did a few years ago says 60% of our locals want it. They approve of it. They don't have a problem with it. I'm always cognizant of the youth and how that looks at, the adults using it around them, and well, they can do it, I can do it. That's going to be, hopefully a family thing that they can take care of. But I'm willing, again, as far as this point in time, to re-enter this discussion and get some more information for the council to deliberate on, and also to make a better playing field for our local suppliers that are in business and could help many people here in our city. So, Fred, you had, an option here that you wanted to kind of put out. Sure, continue.
Thank you. So I think a couple points. Until we figure out how to get a handle on the delivery, because price points will control where the consumer goes. Until we still have to confront that elephant in the room of how do we stop that delivery coming in. We can open up a retail storefront, but it's not going to magically stop. It's not going to convince all of the Paso Robles consumers to start buying or run down to Black Oak and buy cannabis down the street. They're going to get it where it's most convenient, where it's priced most advantageously. So I believe we still need to direct staff to look at how do we curtail the delivery. If it's as simple as it sounds, we start with designing a program, and then we have to work with law enforcement to try to see what we can do to develop that. I don't want us to fall into that false hope of saying, let's open up a retail store and it's going to eliminate our tax problem. It's not. How do you control the social media sales? How do you control the black market sales? There's a big step, a lot of work ahead of us to make this happen. But the other point, I have to make this. I don't think we can say we favor one person just because of longevity. I think that is going to be a huge problem for us. Lawsuits, liability, I don't think we can do that. I think we need to look at increasing the competition if we're going to go down that road.
So I did have a question. Hang on, Fred. I wanted to ask staff on this, and I kind of skipped over it. Warren, there was a question from the public testimony here. How do we regulate and how do we test people coming into in other words, is this self-reporting like we typically do with TOT? Is that exactly how we do this currently? With tax revenue, in other words.
Yeah, so, the business license process would be how we would, track these businesses, whether or not they're actually getting business license. I think we'll have to do some research and come back to you and kind of lay out exactly our understanding of the issues and what's currently going on. So I don't think we really have the information that you're looking for tonight.
Now, I know we had previously, years ago, we had a consultant that we used for, I think, pretty much what we had now. Chris, can you kind of explain what the thought is about getting a consultant that's into this expert kind of a level?
Yeah, what would we if the council provides us direction that you would like to go down the road of discussing what a framework looks like for retail, we would bring on a consultant. We've worked with them in the past. They're a subject matter expert. Some of the questions you're asking this evening are questions that they deal with up and down the state. They have best practices in terms of what other cities are doing. They're very in tune with the market and giving you some perspective both from an economic outlook and what potential tax revenues look like, to better understand what the market can bear in terms of number of, say, retail stores. That's the type of information that they can bring back to you, along with kind of nuanced information around what role the city council has as it relates to how you may enact or address issues that go above and beyond what state laws potentially require. So that's why we would want to bring them on. I think staff is well versed in a lot of different areas on this topic, but there are some gaps that we want to make sure that as you're potentially going down the road of making decisions that you have that information. So I think it'd be a good investment for the city to do that.
So if we were to get this moving and this consultant got it back online, what's the logical time frame that you would see something back to council?
It depends. I think what we put in the staff report, if I recall, was going from where we are today, bringing something back. We can probably do in the next 3 to 6 months. Probably looking at closer to 6 months, doing everything. Beyond that, if we're talking then about getting into developing an ordinance and then we're probably looking at more like 12 months to get something fully up and running, is my guess.
Okay.
After you go through all the nuances and get all the information and make all the decisions on the list of items that Warren shared earlier.
All right. Fred, you want to?
Yes, and I think most of what Councilman Bausch brought up actually are administrative matters. And I think our administration just told you how they can handle it, and that's up to them to do so. I'm interested in the legislative side of it. When the legislative side of it, I think, is this. And if we're going to just bring back an ordinance that we have already had, I think that can be brought back probably within a month or two.
Yeah, let me clarify. Thank you, Councilmember Strong. Let me clarify. So if the direction tonight is a combination of options 2 and 3, we believe item number 2 could be brought back relatively quickly for first and second read. It's really item 3, dependent on the different paths that could take. That could take some time for the council to move through. But item number 2, we could get back to in a relatively short period of time. We don't believe that's substantial.
So now, Mr. Mayor, I would move that we direct staff.
More conversation, please.
Go ahead,
Sorry.
Steve.
So I'm going to say something about what Mr. Bausch just had to say. So the Dubs family is licensed and permitted as an operator in our city. One of 3. The other 2 have disappeared. I'm not trying to favor what they want to do by bringing back a storefront. What I want them to do is be in the line for it. If other people come in and compete for that, that's fine. But the ordinance clearly states it. Three operators. And I'm not trying to do any favoritism. I'm just saying they're here, they're operating successfully, and they've outlasted the storm. And I think it's really important that they have the ability to step right into retail. No preference. They're here, and they're licensed, and they're permitted.
Let's just make sure that
And if I can, just to be clear, tonight's action doesn't relate to any individual operator or any individual CUP or any individual location. All we're discussing this evening is, do you want staff to return with an updated cannabis ordinance to allow delivery for medical and adult use cannabis delivery? And then secondly, do you want staff to return and put some time and energy into coming up with a framework where you will one day in the future consider retail storefronts, create an ordinance, and then depending on the scope of that ordinance, whoever is in town or coming into town or interested in coming into town, if they comply with the terms of the ordinance, they'll have access to it. So we're not taking any actions related to a particular provider.
I agree with you. I was just stating a fact. Fred.
Thank you. And now I would move, hopefully, to direct staff to return with an updated cannabis ordinance to allow existing medical cannabis delivery business to deliver adult use cannabis, and with a framework and community outreach plan in furtherance of potentially authorizing cannabis retail storefronts within the city.
Second.
Okay, motion by Strong, second by Beal. Discussion? All right, we'll call for that question.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
I can support delivery. I can't support storefronts. No.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay. That's it. We'll move on. We have item number 3 from consent. Item 11. Want to take a couple minutes for you guys to clear if you want? We still have business to do.
I don't know.
We have item 11, consent to come back and talk about. That is the item for approval for the armored rescue vehicle. And are we going to have Dwayne do that report? Is Dwayne still here?
Microphone's on, we can't hear you.
Pardon?
We can't hear you, I'm not sure if microphone's on or.
It is on.
Yeah, it's on.
Just so much noise out there.
Yeah, we're trying to be getting things going again.
Yes, Mayor, I think we have a presentation from Chief Nord on this item. Chief?
Okay, Chief.
Why'd you sound so excited when you said that? Like you literally, you tried to get it past consent, and now you're happy that I have to give a presentation.
Sorry.
Mayor, council members, Damien Nord, Police Chief. I think there's a PowerPoint for you guys also. Sorry, Warren. So obviously we're here for the purchase of a Lenco Bearcat armored rescue vehicle. The problem / need that we're looking for is there is no local armored vehicle available for high risk incidents in the North County. And I say North County because obviously San Luis Obispo Sheriff's Office has one, San Luis Obispo City has one, and Arroyo Grande has one. The point of that, of what's important about having one in North County is seconds matter. You know, I came here a year and a half, 2 years after we had a shooting in this city where it was over an hour before there was armored vehicle here to try to help people that were being shot at. So delays of 30 plus minutes in emergencies where seconds matter, that's obviously the need. I think I'll preface it with, this is a tool. This is like any other tool that we purchase. We hope to not have to use it in an emergency situation, but to have it when we need it to save a life, it means you can't put a price tag on that.
It's priceless. Right?
And obviously increasing frequency and severity of active shooter and mass casualty incidents nationwide. Obviously, I saw some of the stuff that came in from city members. Yes, we do have a great city. Our city is safe, and we want it to remain that way. Idaho thought they had a safe city too. And then people started shooting at their firemen. They're firemen, not the police. Like, and as much as I like to give the fire a hard time, like, that was offensive to me. If you want to do that, do it at us. We get paid to do that. We carry guns. We'll fight back. Don't shoot at the firemen. That's for you, Randy. I'll never say it again, but.
Thank you, Randy.
So again, my point to that is every city is safe until it's not. And we don't know what we have out there. And again, it's a tool in our toolbox. So to add to that, we obviously have done a standards of cover community risk assessment. In that standards of cover, and it is not completed yet, which is why it has not come to you formally. So I apologize that this may seem a little out of order, but I'll kind of explain that in a second. So they recommended that we actually evaluate the feasibility of acquiring an armored rescue vehicle to enhance officer safety and tactical response. This is a recommendation in the risk assessment that we've done for the city. In a perfect world, myself and the fire chief would have came in here and provided you with the final product, given you their recommendations, and then requested that we move forward with, purchasing a Bearcat. This is something that we've been talking about for years. Honestly, since I've got here, it was a conversation before I got here, especially with the shootings that we've had in this city. And, it hasn't necessarily been in a budget. It hasn't necessarily been, available for us to get. The time frame to get one of these is anywhere from 18 months to 2 years for the build out. So one of the reasons that I'm coming to you now before this report is finalized is because of the wait time. I really wanted to get in front of it. I wanted to get this, item ordered so that we can have it in this city, so that we can have protection if we need it, if that time, hopefully that time never comes, but if it comes, we can have that. So that's kind of why this may seem a little out of order, again, this report isn't finalized yet. So why a Bearcat? It is a nationally adopted by law enforcement agencies, mission critical for active shooter responses, hostage rescue, civilian and officer evacuation, and tactical EMS support. Key capabilities, obviously has ballistic protection up to 50 caliber, multi-hit certified, tactical EMS configuration inside medical cabinet, SCBA system workstation. All-terrain mobility, 360 situational awareness with advanced cameras. It's a sole source product. There's no equivalent alternative available. So to answer some of the comments that came in, is there other stuff out there? Sure there is. There's items that are bigger than a Bearcat, but they require a special license. Obviously they're bigger, they put strain on your roads. There's a lot of things that aren't beneficial to a small city like ours with a bigger apparatus. There's a smaller apparatus, it's called a Rook, and that is something that we looked at, but that is also something where you have to have a license to drive the truck, to trailer the Rook to a location because it's a tracked vehicle. So we did look at other options. We did try to figure out what would be the best fit for this city and monetarily wise, and we kept coming back to the Bearcat. So this is what we are using to purchase this. This is not general fund. This is supplemental law enforcement funds. Started in 1996. Created as a program to provide supplemental state funding to local law enforcement. I think one of the important things to note here, after some of the comments I've read, the funds must be spent exclusively on frontline law enforcement services, such as patrols, equipment, and crime prevention programs. Obviously, there's some eligible uses there. One of them is capital purchases, as long as they directly support frontline services, which is where the Bearcat would qualify. It is directly tied to frontline enforcement services, active shooter response, officer civilian rescue, critical incident management, and so on. So the cost of the vehicle, obviously, $372,000. Total is $421.55 and 69 cents. Our current balance in our COPS fund or SLESA fund is $764,000. These funds are not meant to be built up every year for large, things. They are meant to be spent, and we are doing that. And we had $375 earmarked already in the budget. We are actually just coming back and asking for the 47 allocation requested to buy this vehicle. So with that said, obviously we recommend that you approve this resolution, authorize the Bearcat purchase, and I'll answer any questions you have.
All right, thank you, Damon. Question for Damon North?
Just really quickly, I want to thank you for your time last night talking me through all of this, and a lot of it found its way into the presentation. So I think this answers a lot of questions for the community and questions that I had. So thank you so much.
No problem.
Well, I had more of a statement than a question, but I don't, and I can ask you, I don't think anybody on your force, including you, remembers the incident in the Dahmer era when we had an active shooter who came up and threatened the police in the police station. And actually, before we had the cameras, they had them locked in there because they tried to come out the door and he shot at them. Pretty soon, they had to just call for backup because they couldn't even get out to him to respond with their own fire. Meanwhile, he moved downtown, but they didn't know if he was out there yet or not. So he went downtown, and over by the train station, he killed 2 people waiting for a train. And then he started down the tracks. And finally, we got a line on where he was because we did get some people in there and they knew what he was doing. They had to go down and block off by the train tracks, almost to Templeton. And when he saw that happening, he dove into a nice little spot, and he had multiple guns, multiple magazines, and extra ammunition. And he held off the police for probably close to an hour, including shooting 2 officers, deputy sheriffs in both cases, and one of them died later of his wounds. And it took us that long to finally get him, which is sad. And I don't want to ever see that happen again. Had we had this kind of vehicle back then, we could have moved right in on him and taken care of it and saved those lives. So that's why I'm supporting this totally, because I was there and I remember this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Fred. Councilman Bausch.
Thank you. Chief, so you described a couple of the options that they have on there. It seems pretty low key. Any ordinance available for this, or how would this vehicle be used?
So this vehicle will be used in emergency situations.
You're going to approach the target and you're going to roll up and deploy. We're going to just crash the door with it.
No, if we're crashing the door with it, then you have someone in there shooting and hitting people.
Right.
And that's a last case. That's a last resort, obviously. Usually what occurs with something like this is you get a call to a house, and these are just examples that I have personally seen. And you have either someone armed with a weapon, you have a violent felon inside, suspect, and you know is armed and dangerous. You bring this because you know you might get in a gunfight. And this also does act as a deterrent to people. This is something where you show up with this piece of equipment and someone inside who may have thought, I'm going to shoot it out with the cops, goes, oh, I'm not going to shoot it out with the cops. And I'm not saying that happens every time. But if that happens one time and it saves a life, or, again, deters someone from shooting at us, that's our point. So this is really used as protection. This is used, and I can give another great example. Sorry, Randy, to use you an example. When we had the last shooting here, we had an officer and, Chief Fire Deputy Harris were trying to save the life of the deputy that was shot. And there was fire. There was gunfire. If we had had this piece of equipment, we would have been able to put it in between them and the fire so that they were safely treating someone and not worried about being shot themselves.
Sure.
So there's lots of different ways it can be used, but usually it is used as something to put us between gunfire and ourselves.
So it sounds like you're saying it's more defensive than offensive.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Sir.
Pro Tem Gregory.
Thank you, Chief, for your report. So this device saves the public lives, saves our police officers' lives, and can be used as a deterrent.
Yes, sir.
And the deterrent itself, I thought about that. That has to be pretty scary to see that roll up and stop people. So I really like this device for one life. We save one life for one shooting. Thank you.
Chief, yeah, I had some questions too. It looks like, again, the photo that I had for a G3 Bearcat, does it have a top area, like a turret, whatever?
Yes, sir.
That you can,
it does. There is no mounted
but
gun or anything on that, but it does give you the ability to have a 360.
you could shield yourself while, yeah.
Yes, sir.
And that's why I also understand that you've got SCBAs in there, you've got medical aid equipment inside. Are we going to be cross-trained on every officer being able to man this, or is it going to be a certain group of people that are going to be allowed to run this kind of vehicle?
So our goal, one of the reasons for purchasing this is anyone can get in and drive it with a little bit of practice. It doesn't take a lot of specialized training to drive this vehicle. Obviously, our SWAT team is already trained on doing it, all of our SWAT members. So they will provide training, and our goal is obviously to get everyone trained that they can use it, drive it, get in it, and they know the processes in it.
Right. This is kind of almost like a Humvee. It's a run flat kind of a tire thing. It's very well built. Was this similar to what I saw when we were in the park a few months ago with the emergency services? It was the counties that we saw up here?
That was the regional SWAT team. So that was San Luis Obispo PD's machinery.
Same machine.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Okay. Yeah. Right.
So really cool name. I like that. Does it come in crimson and white?
We can absolutely wrap it, sir. Yes.
So it is going to take roughly two years, you think?
It is on the fast end. We're talking a year and a half to 18 months. Yeah. On the back end, we're talking 2 years.
The only thing I saw on this thing is it costs $16,000 to get it out from Massachusetts, I guess is where it is. Shoot, I think we need to partner up. We can just cross-drive it for a lot less money. But
sir, let's do it.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so let's open it up then to the public, and we'll come back to council. Anyone on this item like to talk to this item 11?
Again, Sean Bean, I just, you made a really good point that it's a defensive tool and not an offensive tool. I was at the Board of Supervisors of the County of SLO this morning, and this same thing was pitched to the Board of Supervisors, and there was a lot of people getting up talking about the ICE raids and all these things that you see on TV, and Sheriff Parkinson's got up, and I think he did a really good job of saying it's, you know, it's a defensive tool, and the instances you just described. So I just think that's, with all the stuff going on in the media right now and the things you see on TV, I just think that's a really important point that I wanted to
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Welcome, Grace.
Yeah. I would just like to say, of course, we fully support our police department, and we rely on them heavily because of the area that our business is located in. I appreciate their fast response and everything, so I'm just in support of please give them any tools or resources that they need to protect our city.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, council people, Gloria Fama, Dorothy Road. I totally support law enforcement and anything that we can do to help them to stay safe. And I understand the uses with SWAT, active shooter, barricade subjects. Also, what really floats my boat is the rescue and natural disasters and evacuations and things like that, which is really going to help overall as a defensive vehicle. My only question, and can such a vehicle be borrowed or appropriated by federal agents to be used by ICE or, you know, federalized National Guard against non-citizens or even citizens who may be executing their rights of peaceful assembly?
We can get that answer.
That happen?
We can get that answer for you, ma'am.
Can they come and, you know, appropriate it?
Okay.
Borrow it? We demand to use it? Can they do that?
We'll get that answer for you.
That's my only concern.
Thank you, ma'am.
Otherwise, I support it.
Anyone else? Mr. Hall.
Hi, my name's Ernest Hall. I've gotten to know the police department pretty good because of where I'm at. And the police department has been very helpful for our business. And so whatever we can do to protect them, we need to do that. And I was here too when that shooter was in town. And luckily at that time, we had a really good police chief then. And now we have a new police chief now. So hopefully we can keep them protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Dolores Howard. I'm a resident of Paso Robles, and I wish to express concern about the purchase of this armored vehicle for our town. Written public comments that have been submitted on this item raise important questions, some of which have been answered tonight and some have not. I would like to ask that Council directs staff to provide much more specific data on the need for this vehicle and to organize a community forum to gather community member voices on having such a vehicle in our city. The pressure of such a vehicle should be considered, the presence of such a vehicle should be considered in the light of potential intimidation and increased violence and community perception of a militarized police force. Additionally, staff should be directed to create a process for a community discussion on the development of a policy on the deployment and use of armored vehicles by the Paso Robles Police Department, as well as any agencies that they cooperate with, prior to the council authorizing this purchase. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Francisco.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I, for one, also in support of this vehicle to be brought on to be used here with our police department and to protect their lives of each individual that's out there protecting the rest of our community and our residents and our citizens here in Paso Robles. This is something, like he said, when that individual was also, shooting at a rescue effort by a police officer and a fire member rendering aid, this vehicle would have been great to have that in between and provide protection so that person could continue to receive good quality medical care and rescue. So I definitely support this tool to be brought on to our police department.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll go ahead and close.
We have callers online.
Yep, come back over to the...
Jeff Carr.
Okay, Jeff, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. First off, I have to complain that this never should have been on the consent calendar only. Even Ms. Beal mentioned she had to get a special briefing on it before the meeting, which pretty much implies that, I'd never heard about it. And I think this is not something I would call a routine purchase. The staff report didn't even include a photo of this item. I had to go look it up and see what it looked like. So that was something that was a little, made me hesitate even from the beginning to say what's going on here. Second, I understand this is a big purchase, but I understand, you can't argue the need. When you really need one, this is probably something that's going to help. But it is a lot of money for something with such limited use. And then the other issue I have is, you didn't bring any recurring costs on this thing. Obviously it's expensive to buy. I have to imagine it's expensive to maintain as well. And that unfortunately is a deficiency in many staff reports here at the city. They never tell you what the maintenance of any items are that they buy, what the long-term commitments are. And here's a place where I didn't get a chance to give kudos to the librarian and the library services. When they bought their bookmobile, they went ahead and got the maintenance costs, got those approved ahead of time, even though they were getting the bookmobile from a charity gift. I think that would apply here too. I would like to know how much this costs to maintain. I hope they've at least looked at that. Not that it's a deal breaker, but still, it's an important part of costing any item and making sure that things are budgeted correctly for the people who do have to maintain them. Either way, this was a mistake to put this in the consent calendar, and I hope the city manager understands that this is something that should have been discussed more openly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, next is Linda George.
Linda, go ahead.
Hi, I had additional headphones. I felt like I was yelling at you guys. Sorry. 3126 Spring Street, Linda George. Okay, Chief, great with the scare tactics. I think everybody knows that both Chief Harris and Chief Nord are deep in my heart for the jobs that they do every day. So I say it's very important to have, being from the Bay Area, it may not seem necessary in such a small area, but, you know, I often see that the emergency services are really across the hill. And it's too much time to get help if needed. So, you know, you guys have had a history of having freeway shutdowns, things like that. I don't find that the military type equipment is that scary to people with Hummers and all these other things on the road. I'm not concerned about the maintenance, probably like others, but I have one solo question. I hope I get one answer tonight. Is this coming from J20 funds or is this a separate fund? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go in reverse order. This is funding from a source. Go ahead and explain.
This is state funding as I kind of talked about. This is coming from, I passed it, sorry. Supplemental law enforcement funds. This is something that we get every year from the state. So this is not J20, this is not general fund money, this is something that is allocated directly to police departments for frontline services. On maintenance, I believe, and Dwayne, correct me if I'm wrong, it's approximately $3,000 a year.
That's anywhere.
Yeah, Dwayne, come on up. This is a 6.7 diesel turbo engine. It's pretty much standard. I mean, there's nothing you guys can't maintain. I'm sure that's no problem.
Yes, sir, that's correct. So I did a survey of other municipalities, and depending on use, maintenance costs range somewhere between $2,000 to about $6,500 per year.
That's all. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dwayne.
Yes.
And the lifespan on this kind of a vehicle, I mean, it's got to be 10 plus, maybe 20 years.
The sheriff's office, I believe, is purchasing theirs because theirs is 20 years old.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
so
great. Yeah.
It's a long, they last.
A lot of our,
well. And then to the other comment, the easy answer is no. The federal government cannot come in and just commandeer this.
Right.
Obviously, with recent things in the news, if for some reason our city is federalized, then that's a different story. But can they just come in tomorrow and say, hey, we're taking that? No, they can't.
We do have auto aid and medical for automatic aid and mutual aid agreements with other agencies as well, though.
Yes, sir.
Just like we do right now. If we needed something like that, the county or San Luis City would send theirs up to help us.
Absolutely. And we will take ours to help them.
Right.
You know, so this is something coming from Bakersfield. We never went to a call out without two. We always took two. It's safer. You have one in the front, one in the back. It's, you know, it's just tactically more sound. So again, if it is something in this county, we will be available to help other cities also.
Okay. Again, the reason we are talking about this is it was a consent, but anybody can pull an item to talk about fully. And again, that's what we're doing here today. So I don't see an issue with that. And again, I didn't see a whole lot of people packed in this room opposing this either tonight. So again, I think we're all in agreement that this is a good tool for the police department to be a defensive, you know, kind of a product where we can save lives with it also. So I think we've answered everything that I remember it wrote down, unless somebody else has some other questions. Okay.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I don't think we've really answered the one lady from the back there. And that is that this isn't an offensive weapon at all.
Absolutely
This
not.
is a defensive weapon. And that turret on top isn't manned. No. It's not got a gun. So it's not going to suffer any of those consequences. And I think you answered the rest of the. So
no. And what I like about it too, it's got life safety equipment inside of it too that you know, get to the people as quick as we can.
So I would move approval.
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion by Strong, second by Gregory. Discussion on this item? Okay, we'll go ahead and call for the question.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Absolutely, yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, that then takes care of all the items we had on calendar. We are now on to City Manager Report. Mr. Huat.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple items this evening. The first, earlier tonight, there was a few references to a platform that we have that customers can use to track their water usage. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to promote the Ion Water platform. This is a companion platform that goes with our latest automatic meter installations that have been done throughout the city. So if water customers are interested in getting near real-time data on their water usage and alerts when the system thinks you may have a leak, you can go to the city's website, prcity.com/mywateruse to sign up and learn more, or you can just call our utilities department at 237-3996 and they'll get you set up. A really cool, intuitive feature that we have now, and that's because we have those automated meters. I wanted to also let the community know that the Paso Robles Police Department will be hosting their next Coffee with a Cop event on August 27th from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. It's going to be at Starbucks. That's located at 1495 Creston Road. A great opportunity for the community to come out, ask questions of police department staff, get to know our department. I look forward to having that event. And then a quick thank you. We had, I believe, 7 or 8 staff that were assigned to the Gifford Fire from the fire department. Spent some long hours down there helping to get that fire under control, and I wanted to extend my thanks to our team that went down there and then the team that backfilled their positions here to make sure that all the calls here were responded to in a timely manner. And then probably a little bit more of an unknown is actually our airport played a key role in supporting the resources for that fire. So for several days, our airport was taken over with CAL FIRE planes and helicopters, as well as U.S. Forest Service planes and helicopters. So again, thank you to Mark Scandelis and the Public Works Department and the airport team for supporting that effort. And then finally, I did want to end on something that was touched upon earlier. I want to confirm and clarify that staff is fully aware of the ongoing concerns on Black Oak Drive. The addition of the homeless services manager has increased our capacity and our ability to begin, I think, to more directly coordinate efforts to address some issues. You want to be clear that what we're looking at is a multifaceted approach. We have what's called our Black Corridor implementation plan that we're developing. It's, again, a multifaceted approach. It involves multiple stakeholders on that corridor. It's not just ECHO, it's HASLO, it's others that it will be involved in those conversations. And more to come for this council and for the community, but I did want to let you all know that we now have more capacity to address that, and we are. So I'm glad to hear that things are incrementally improving, but there's more to come and more work that we're doing. So I'll be excited to share those details as we continue to work on them. And with that, that concludes my report tonight. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Chris. On to council business and committee reports, starting on my right with Mrs. Beal.
Okay, well, along with my normal committee assignments, I've been doing a lot of constituent services. I've been getting calls from people in different neighborhoods. And I want to thank the city manager, public safety, public works, community development, and our city engineer in helping work through some of these. Some of them are easier than others, but I appreciate everyone's help. I did a Cal Cities training over lunch where we sort of connected with other council members from all over the state. They picked like 3 topics. We talk about it. It was so helpful, and I was actually able to kind of show off what we're doing in terms of our youth works, the youth commission, and sort of the engagement that we get. People were very impressed with that. I just returned from Oxnard for a JPIA training with Councilmember Bausch. We talked about, legal issues, risk management, all sorts of different interesting topics. And honestly, it had me thinking about, you know, some of the things that I do and sort of how that interfaces. So it was an excellent eye-opener. But again, having the conversations with people all over the state, I came back really thankful for what we have going on here. Some of the stories that I heard in these other cities, I'm just very, very sympathetic to some of the challenges that people have, and we don't have those challenges. So I think we should take a moment to celebrate how well so much is being run here in the city. Okay, football on Friday, 7 o'clock. Who's going to be there? Uptown Community Garden, there's going to be a class and workshop Saturday at 9 and Monday at 6. Main Street and HBA are organizing Let's Make a Deal, trading in kids flea market this Saturday in the park. Our friend Tim Francis, who was here earlier, is doing play music on the porch at the Vets Building on August 30th. Hispanic Heritage Festival coming up on September 14th. And that's it for now. So thank you for letting me be of service.
Thank you, Chris. Councilmember Strong.
Yes, well, I think most interesting things I had to do with were regional and state, and that had to do with LOSAN, which is Pacific Surfliner Railroad, and we had a meeting, and also we had San Luis Obispo Council of Governments and San Luis Obispo Regional Transit Authority. And a new bridge has been completed right by Vandenberg, so that the train now doesn't have to go off on a siding for a mile and a half long and then back up all the way back onto the track in order to go forward. So that's now a through siding. The bridge has been completed, and now they can just proceed forward. So that's going to save about 20 minutes to half an hour on a trip. So that's a really good news.
That was awful fast. I mean, you just reported on that a couple of meetings ago. That was done really fast.
They really worked on that. They just
knocked it out.
They really knocked it out quickly.
Good.
We were all surprised how quickly it got done. But anyway, to proceed, then locally, we have extra bus service coming in. Now that school's open, we're going to have special buses for the students, so that especially because of how we moved the campuses around and the teen center, et cetera. So this will be able to, kids will be able to have their own special bus right after school that'll pick them up and take them on the route around town so they can go to their various locations they need to go. And also it frees up our regular buses so the public can still have space on the bus too. so that's going to be a big help. And that's probably the most important thing locally that I had to report. And let it go at that.
Well done. Thank you, Fred. Councilmember Bausch.
Youth Commission, we had a scheduled conference with my legal counsel, participated in the 221 regarding cannabis policy, so thank you very much for it. That was very helpful. We had a second deposition for my trial with the Tribune scheduled. They canceled that at the last minute. We met the Senior Advisory Committee with Councilmember Gregory, and then Parks and Rec with Councilmember Beal. We had a Library Board of Trustee with Councilmember Strong. Had scheduled another conference with legal counsel regarding the Tribune's lawsuit. They had a second 221 regarding the evolving road situation for Measure I-24. So thanks very much for that, Frida and Ditas. Things, good progress there, and I'll leave it go at that. And then, as Councilmember Beal mentioned, went to the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority training for new council members. I missed my original training date due to some medical treatment, so they rescheduled me for this time around. Very, very informative. We'll leave some resources up in the City Council office for that.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Chris.
Yep. So attended the senior advisory meeting with Councilman Bausch, and just a word of concern is their funding is starting to run out. And I did mention it to Angelica, so she's going to work on that. I was able to attend the oath of office at Carnegie Library, and I don't know how many people go. lots of new people, and also lots of promotions. It was great. I attended the Niblick Road open house, which we saw a little better design on the railing. Good job on that, Frida. And I don't see Ditas, but anyway, thank you, Ditas, too. I met with Majestic Realty. Mr. Bausch and I on the food truck ad hoc group, and that's going to be coming up hopefully in September. Had a Cannabis 221s, thank you for that. And then I want to thank Frida and the staff for the 221 on the roads.
Yeah.
I think that's really going to be an amazing difference, where we're accelerating the process by getting the design done ahead of time so we don't have to wait so long for projects to be completed. And that'll allow us to build a lot more roads in a lot shorter time. I have to advertise for Eye on the Water. Save me a boatload of money, excuse me. So it's a really amazing tool because I was able to separate all my different water zones. And boy, all I can tell you, I reduced my water use on my drip line by 82%. So after 10 years, replace your drip line. I wanted to say thank you to our fire department and all the people that went down to the fire, and Randy for the updates. Thank you very much. And Chief Nord, one thing, please let Randy ride in this vehicle when you get it.
Exactly.
Just. And I did want to make one comment. We recently, one of the new hires at the Carnegie Hall was a police officer sworn in with great medical experience. So maybe we'll have our first paramedic police officer in the city. So I just want to say thank you to the city and staff, and Warren, good job on all the presentation on the cannabis. Is really tough subject, but and I thank everybody for showing up, and some of the experts and everybody who's here tonight. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Steve. The only meeting I had was actually yesterday. That was the Paso Robles Groundwater Authority. And we all heard the report from Christopher Lackall. Again, bottom line is, I think, strength in numbers and keeping local control. And I hope that we can get there. The next real big expense is some satellite land IQ funding that we have to do, and also our annual report, which is due on April 1st. And I think we can get there with, the monies. I know certainly we can with the city. I'm concerned about the other agencies that have to talk amongst their board, but I'm sure they'll come around. I think, again, certainly local control is going to be preferable over the state that could come in and start causing a little more trouble. So anyway, we'll see what happens with that. Upcoming events, we have Development Review Committee August 25th at 3:30. Paso Robles Planning Commission is going to be meeting here August 26th at 6:30. City facilities are going to be closed in observance of Labor Day, September 1st. And we're actually going to be dark here with our city council that week, too. We decided to defer that September 4th. That was a Thursday we had kind of planned, but we're going to push that. And then we're going to be coming back with the Paso Robles Youth Commission Advisory Committee meeting September 3rd. Paso Robles Senior Citizens Advisory Committee meeting September 8th at 1:30. Development Review Committee again September 8th, 3:30. Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting September 8th, 2025 at 4 p.m. And then we have the Paso Robles Planning Commission meeting again 9th of September at 6:30. Library Board of Trustees September 11th at 9 a.m. Development Review Committee again at September 15th at 3:30. And then we're going to be coming back here at this chambers September 16th at 6 p.m. for our next meeting. So again, we saw tonight, Tim Francis took a few minutes to recognize Frida and her staff for the car show, of course. But I think I'd like to make a motion here tonight for adjournment of all of our public employees that serve all of our roadlands. I mean, you guys did a great job, and you continue to do a great job with everything you guys do. So again, it's, not often that we say that, and we should more often.
So moved. Second.
All right, we have motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Yeah, all in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned.
All right.